Alright, folks, welcome back. As per usual, we are adding WaniKani to the stream list, right? 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は2日目です。It is day 2. We're back to our single digits once again. And this is what I see the first time we click in. Let's go see how they pace the early days. All right. It says you finish everything in your lessons pile, which we did yesterday, and we did it a little bit before New Year's, like about local time. But before the reset, it does appear that the quote daily reset happens at midnight. That might change a little bit of our scheduling like thing. And we had to rest, we had to wait. So took off. Hello there, Ishmael. So this is what we see. You finish everything in your lesson pile. Like Hachiko. Hachiko waiting for Richard Guerrero. I'm not sure if I get that reference. To return, you want actually. Oh, I do know this one. Hachiko is the dog. It was the Japanese tale. The Japanese tale about the dog that waits for their owner because their owner left. I remember this. Someone told me about this maybe a month or two back, and I was relating it to Futurama's take on it. I forgot the Fry's dog's name as well. But yeah, that must be the reference. You waited patiently, knowing that the wait makes your memories even stronger. Well, we'll find out today, right? So now let's put those memories to the test. Start your review and continue your progress towards learning to read Japanese. All right, just do what they say. All right, so let's find out if we remember all this stuff, right? Oh, that's not Barb. That was Slide. I don't know which one they decided to do, so let's do this. Okay. Oops. I've got the E. That's why I ripped whoops there. Alright. Wait. Is that really it? Alright, I guess we're done with our lesson today. Oh, recent mistakes? So do we just do the mistake? Oh, so this is how they do the mistake thing. So they pile all your mistakes into one. Okay, that's very similar. Duo also does that. What mic do I use? I use Audio Technica AT 2020 from 10 years ago. I think 10 years ago. Let's see. So we missed toe because I put 2 like TO, but I basically used a mnemonic that they used where it's like it's toe, the katakana toe. So I was like, yeah, all right, that's good enough to remember. But yeah, and then I didn't look carefully. Barb and Slide are the 2 mnemonics that may potentially overlap, but then I typed Barb very rapidly as opposed to Slide. Right, so. And then, interesting. So they tell you, okay, they tell you how many, okay, that's fair. And obviously we're doing these as quickly as we can. Oh, I see. Intriguing. And then critical conditions, I see. Huh. So what happens if you just do these a couple of times? Nothing? Nothing. All right. That's it? Oh yeah, we certainly have to be patient. Gee, is it always set to 25? Huh. Well, looks like this reviewing didn't unlock any like new lessons. I wonder. Can you change anything about it? Lesson batches. Set to the preferred number of new lessons to do before each lesson quiz. Okay, that doesn't change the lesson. The actual number may sometimes be hard to avoid. Okay, sure. Maximum recommended daily lessons. Set the maximum number of today's lesson you will get per day. More lessons ultimately result in more review. Adjust accordingly. You can always do more or less via... Oh, okay. So it's regardless. So we can't really like change our preferred volume. That's pretty stringent. I kind of like it. They're following through with their like SRS thing. So you are not in charge of how much it is. Man, how long did that take? 7 minutes? Jeez. So let's discuss something. There is something that comes to mind. You know what? Let's just do this again. One more time. Whoops. I knew I was gonna type the domaji at some point. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have any loose ends. Other than obviously typing a little too quick, thinking a little bit too quickly. Yeah. So I can already see one of the weaknesses that I have with WaniKani's approach, and that's something that I prefer. So we'll probably integrate it after 30 days, which is writing. I do a lot of writing, like manual writing. Writing is a portion of my routine. So we'll probably do writing on the side. Maybe take whatever mistakes we made and then write it out. And then use our writing skills to like impart some mechanical meaning or increase our like observations of the characters, right? Frequently mistaken characters can often be, when you're doing it, doing the action can give more time to process the attention, the observations of the lines and whatnot. That's why I use writing for a lot of times. So yeah, that's about it. We did our... What does the +2 mean? +2 8 p.m. today and 10 p.m. Oh, because they're reporting... Oh, they report in 2-hour intervals? No, that doesn't make sense. Wait. 10 p.m. 6:30. Huh. Okay, I still need to make sense of what this actually means. Yeah, not quite sure. The first couple of days are gonna go pretty quick, so it liberates a lot. I was expecting this to some extent because you ramp up. You don't, at least in my opinion, a very healthy way of leaning into a study program or a new schedule is to lean up, ramp up, and then it might even ramp down a little bit to create a steady state, and then you go back up. So when I imagine, for example, the curve would be like you go, yeah, and then you dip a little, right, to normalize, and then you steadily go up, right? That's kind of how I expect SRS programs where new, like where the target audience is someone who's starting their this portion of their journey. So I would say it's probably someone like this. It could be targeted towards mid ones, but there's no option. There's no like jumpstart option or anything for people maybe in their mid journey. Someone that has like some sort of background. So seems very reasonable. Very quick. Look. Yeah, I actually think this would probably drive a few people nuts in the first couple weeks. Those, you know, those silly goobers that are intensely wired. In this case, though, this would be an excellent starting point for someone starting their journey. We'll see if the pace changes at all. We might add a few things into the routine if it doesn't pick up, right? Because we have plenty of time. We could practice writing these strokes, for example. They don't go over stroke order of these things. So, you know, one line, whoops. We have, right? And actually, the barb looks interesting, but we're do barb like this, right? Drops. That is weird, writing it separate like that, but we have stroke orders. These are the stroke orders. That's interesting, but do it that way for writing purposes, right? And these are radicals, so it's kind of hard to know their size. So I'm just reminding myself of the stroke orders. Some of these are okay. Some of these are standalone characters, so they are less wonky in the size department, but right. And obviously my hand haven't written anything until now, so we gotta warm up. Oh wait, that's actually this way. Right. Right. That's probably what we'll do for the end of day thing. We'll do a little cycle through to make sure our stroke order is still intact. As we do a lot of writing here. Lots and lots of writing. Alright, so I was kind of expecting maybe like they lean in on kanji for like one character at a time or two characters at a time. Maybe even introduce the kanji that overlaps with the radicals. However, it looks like we'll just have to wait till tomorrow. And that gives us a lot of time to mess around with reviewing our Duolingo stuff for our inevitable review, right? So today it's gonna be like this. Today we're about to switch gears. When I review for my big reviews in Duolingo, it's kind of like this too, where you take the review, so you learned all your lessons, right? So to make an analogy to WaniKani's structure that Duolingo does not do, but I impose myself, is there's a fixed number of lessons per day, right? And in Duolingo, it's a track, right? It's a track. And the track will keep going, but during the track, Duolingo occasionally goes back and introduce your lessons, so they have a review pool as well. However, it's not verbatim. It's not all of it. It's every once in a while a few elements from the previous lesson. So at some point, Duolingo Super does track your mistakes, so you can go back to correct the exact prompt, which these go back to do the exact prompt so far. So that is relatively all right. And extra practice are the exact prompts once again, and that you can do that on the track in Duolingo, right? So that part is all right. The review being verbatim and being spaced is excellent, because Duolingo does not necessarily keep the reviews past a certain point. Past a certain point, there's only a 20% chance, I would say, something like that, from a previous unit, and then they have personalized practice sprinkled in, which is a small fraction, and it's fairly random. We'll see that today, because we're at the end of the Chinese course, and then at the end of all their courses, they have only personalized practices, right? And it's the same exercise, which so far it looks like it's the same exercise when it comes to reviews and recent mistakes, right? So similar system. The timing is different, obviously, and we'll see one of the hallmarks of WaniKani that I'm looking at is what is their SRS spacing. For Duolingo, I have started with 25 days spacing. So we did our lessons in Duolingo, and then we did not actually review. So we used the Duolingo track, and it did this kind of thing. Actually, personalized practice doesn't come later, but on average, this is the experience. And after the 25 days, I would do a review. So that would be like possibly close to doing an extra study with all your lessons piled into one, right? So at some point, I'm guessing after we pass these 25, this number will increase, right? Because of recent lessons. And depending on what is recent, what they mean by recent, it could be as long as 25 days. This most recent unit that I'm studying, or like I'm going to do to cover, is 100-day period. It's the longest period I ever gone without doing an exhaustive review, like a comprehensive review, and following a comprehensive study period. So let's see how long spacing WaniKani goes. I know from some reviewing now, and I'm gonna find out in the next 7 days when we switch gears to Duolingo again, how much retention that I can push, right? I'm feeling like this is going to be around 80%, which is very uncomfortable for me. When we did the 50-day period, we did 50-day periods for Duolingo Japanese, and this looks like they have 25 elements, right? During these 50-day periods, the average elements per day was 40 elements, but that's across 3 days. So that's 3 days, which averages about, so we divide this, we'll say it's like 17 per day, right? 17 per day. And they're doing 25 per day. Or it looks like they're doing 25 per day. So across 3 days, it's 75 elements, right? Now, this is an underestimate because I'm not sure what they consider as elements. Duolingo's elements are varied. It can vary from a grammar point, right, to like it's all over the place. It's sporadic. So what happens when it's sporadic is it's not curated in the sense of a flow. Your design, you have to place in the effort to associate and negotiate all the elements. So this one it might be higher. Possibly this count is different because today I did 25, but it's actually not new, right? So this is the second day and it's still the same 25 elements. So I actually think overall Duolingo's pace is faster, right? Or they're expecting you to be faster, in quotes, as in they're denser actually at the beginning stages. I think their beginning stages, to be super fair though, in the beginning stages of the Japanese course, I remember it was actually more like 10 to 20, and they average about 15 elements each unit. And using my current standard, it's 3 days per unit. So we'll see how many elements they introduce tomorrow. If it's the same 25 review, then I would say their paces are actually in the beginning are relatively similar. Because I'm saying 15 elements in the sense of varying things. Meanwhile, this is 25 of the same elements, which makes it actually quite a lot more. You can cluster more elements when they're already related, so it's curated to be efficient, right? Like WaniKani did mention something about most of the things are curated in a way that it would be naturally flowing, like naturally flowing studying, and I imagine that involves like clustering the meanings, the anecdotes and whatnot. And that's cool. I think that is a way that helps a lot of peeps. It's a moot point for me. Largely, if it's like weird and sporadic and all over the place, it often tells me that I need to work out how to organize something that's weird, sporadic, and all over the place. Not, I would say a lot of people don't like disorganized stuff, like inherently disorganized stuff. However, I do like organizing things, challenging myself to organize things myself. So I've gotten very used to Duolingo's like sporadic, we're just going to tell you a couple phrases involving this, and then a couple phrases involving this, and then here's a random grammar section, here's a random grammar point we're going to put in this unit because I think you're ready for it, and then you figure it out yourself. That's fair too. I think WaniKani is definitely going to be on the positive side because it looks like it's a setup for a lot of early hand holding, which is very desirable nowadays, right? So we'll find out. I think the pace is in the beginning, the pace is definitely slower, which is nice, again, because the vast majority of people who are leaning in, you don't want them overworking, overtraining, or setting themselves up for very early overload and burnout, and then leaning in, right? Soon it add up though. If you do 20 items, they're very feasible, and later you'll review them at least 8 times, and that if you never do any mistakes. So if you add up elements from previous days, weeks, and months, you quickly get hundreds of reviews per day to keep up. That sounds like a very average workload for me. So before you go and move ahead and assume what my workload is, this is about 5% of my workload. Most of my workload when it comes to the elements is different from the elements themselves. Review doesn't count as workload. The workload that I'm counting is only novel entities. So it looks like they're moderating based on modern entities. So if you keep saying reviews is still practice. Practice workloads is infinite. Like you do not count those towards learning process. Review is a practice process. And then mistakes will happen. Mistakes happen naturally. The higher your volume goes, the higher the magnitude of the mistakes you will have because you have a set percentage of consistency. So yes, you can have the reviews stack up to oblivion, right? Which I anticipate WaniKani will end up doing because the review process creates consistency. It's the practice element. But the elements I'm talking about are novel elements, the first occurrence of their elements. So the numbers that I use to compare to Duolingo are the novel elements, not the amount of practice. Duolingo's practice session that's equivalent to this would be about 4 times to 5 times as long because it drags in that way. And most people get tired or bored and burn out of Duolingo sessions because they're repetitious. They're incredibly repetitious. Well, I feel that WaniKani is probably going to do a more moderate version of it. And I have to really emphasize that this is great. I think this is excellent the way they're ramping up. And I expect it to ramp up to a point where you no longer want to practice. You're trying to gauge how far you want to caress practicing. Reviews is practice. Lessons is learning. Learning and practice are 2 prongs of studying. So you can practice indefinitely, which seems like they allow you to practice indefinitely. So you can just keep slamming this as your volume goes up. That is not part of what I was mentioning, though. So, feasibility is a very, very subjective word. So we'll see in the future. But in case you're not familiar with me and my stuff, I suppose we'll find out if WaniKani ever reaches that management point. Now, time is very different from feasibility. The way that people are talking about, where they talk about, can you do all the things? Well, you can conceptually do all the things, but do you have time for them? Right. That is definitely something to consider. So when it stacks up and you do not have enough time because there are other things to do, fair enough. Like, unfortunately, time waits for no one, right? So getting hundreds of reviews per day sounds pretty good. I would say that the kanji section, right? We're gonna be comparing this largely to the kanji section. In the beginning, Duolingo doesn't focus on kanji, so we're gonna use the post section 3 unit 37. Was it 37? Or yes, 37 when they swapped over to kanji exposure. Usually it's about this volume, and the review section is 5 times the number of elements to complete. So in a 3-day period, if they introduced like 10 new kanji and they reused kanji, so they'll separate between kanji that were used in that aren't new but used in new words versus kanji that are new. You average about 10 new kanji and another 15-ish reused kanji, and each of those introductions will have at least 10 practice reviews with them immediately within the first 3 days. And if you fall behind, they just stack. Now here's the thing though, I like WaniKani's structure because they probably keep stacking the reviews on each other, which then gives me your comment about if you review it, and it probably stacks on each other. Duolingo does not stack. So your sub are their the burn-in rate, or what you call this, like the burned items. Duolingo has a low. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll find out, but yes, I assume they stack. And when they stack, the difference between Duolingo and WaniKani probably is that burned items, the burn-in rate, probably the burn-in rate, and what I call gold blocking in Duolingo's threshold is lower. So I don't think the gold blocking of Duolingo is sufficient to consider items burned. And I see that WaniKani, right, just by the structure of this, that they also have a burned counter. which the burn counter is probably higher. The threshold for burn counter is higher, largely due to the nature that the way they're regulating their lessons is far more spaced. So the burn rate is probably lower than Duolingo. And Duolingo is a one-time burn, which I guess I'll find out in the future, which you don't have to explain all the functionalities of WaniKani. The idea is to discover the functionalities of WaniKani. But I imagine burned items may or may not have a permanent exclusion. We'll see. In Duolingo, it is a permanent exclusion. And what happens is like, oh, you gold it, users are less likely to go back to that thing. You can still go back and do those exercises within their units, but they're not stacked on top of each other. So it can be a very painful process of figuring out if you have any weaknesses retroactively, which then comes back to WaniKani's structure, which I kind of like quite a bit because it does take into account the stacking effects of all your stuff. So that's probably one of the weaker parts of the Duolingo design, which is that none of the stuff stack. They are done in a way that it reinforces their usage. So if a theme happens to overlap with a previous theme, they go by theme overlap. Hey, this is another, every 4 or so units, we're going to talk about food again. Did you remember the last time you talked about food? It was 4 units ago. Let's introduce and clump up all the stuff again from all the 4 food units. And then after like 70 units, you might hit food like 20 times. So all 20 of them begin to merge together. And then you are supposedly assumed to collect the food things together. And some of them are underused because Duolingo's exercises and courses are already too long and repetitive. However, I would actually make the argument that they need to be extended, and then they would stack together, right? Stack together. So the organization is probably much better. I kind of like what they're alluding to about the organization. Now, one downside of these conveniences, or pros and cons, personally, all of this is great. It's very convenient. It also means that whoever is using this product is not doing the organization. So what I mean by that is, I'm curious as to, in the future, how they're going to say, hey, do you remember that this is related to this, which is related to this, and which is their model right now, where they take the radicals, they show that here's a cluster of kanji that has this radical, that type of idea. Now, how they approach discerning between them will be interesting. One of my favorite features, which I'll be showing in a little bit when we switch over to Duolingo's kanji section, because I have to review all the kanji again. Their tackle to doing clustering for kanji and radical recognition is that they literally give you kanji that may overlap, be mistaken in looks, so the visual, similar radicals, meaning, reads, and unit association. So those are the 5 criteria that Duolingo use to try to trick you. So when you learn a new kanji, it would be every kanji, it would include exercises that have choices where the other 4 choices were either they can be mistaken by the way they look, the way they sound, what they mean, and also the theme that they are part of. And it'll be interesting to see if this differentiates a lot. So we'll see. Not a lot of time. I tried to fill in the time as much as possible because I know I only spent like 5 minutes on the second WaniKani day. However, me drawing these comparisons to myself and then looking forward and like guessing or trying to, you know, try to figure out where they're going from here is my way of trying to be engaged in the product. I'm very interested in how close or not close I am with their approaches, and then constantly comparing it to understanding what I'm currently doing. So Duolingo is my standardization right now, so it's where I started, and using this to compare and contrast all the time is a way to invest in my learning. So it's great that you sound, Gecko, like you're a WaniKani user, so you're probably gonna know a lot more than I do, much like when I started Duolingo, and then much like when I started I already read the entire guide, so that was yesterday. We already read the entire guide yesterday. That was day 1. So yes, level 3, you won't spoil your promise. That's perfectly fine. No. Hear me out here. I want to make sure to get ahead of this, right? I understand that it's very exciting when someone uses their product or like a product that they're using, and you are more than welcome. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not coming off as incredibly deflective. Hello there, SD. Because I really like enjoying bantering, doing all of this. So yeah, level 38 is, I think they gave me an email before about like giving a general description. So day 2, I didn't start WaniKani the first day I bought the subscription. On day 2, they kind of emailed you a breakdown of the relative like kanji competence and where units are around the breakdown of the levels. And level 38 is well above average. So congratulations on that. Can't be here for too long, but I just wanted to say congrats on 300 days. Yeah, thanks, Yumeko. So we'll see, Gecko, and keep it up. I can't wait to see the future of this. Oh, which by the way, I don't know if we met already or you have met. You have known, but no hurry. We're a lifetime investor of WaniKani. I would love to start writing something about WaniKani, but we'll see in the future. So for the first 30 days, we'll keep it here. We're probably going to practice writing. There's this very convenient box so far. I'm guessing this is going to fill up at some point, but we're going to also continue writing, which is what something that neither Duo kind of does a little of it. And it would be interesting if WaniKani considers some sort of way of writing in the future. That's not very necessary in the typing world we live in today. But oh, and also Happy New Year or happy second day of 2025 for all you little peepos wherever you are. There are some people who are in the future, living the future, but it is still January 1st, 2025 where I am, local time, for a little bit. So yeah, excited. Yeah, that's a lot of spoilers ahead. I can't wait, Gecko. I can't wait. I'm excited. You have to know, it is very difficult to get back to this laid backness. It kind of gets more interesting once it opens up more after the first couple levels, in your opinion? Yeah, I imagine. And I have to wind down. So as a preface for my day 1, I went over most of this stuff on day 1 before I start projects. It takes quite a lot of discipline to not constantly click on something, right? Like largely due to the volume downside. My volume that I'm as a small reflection on this, my volume currently is the safest volume I have for like a 6 months period would be something around 150 elements across 3 days, across 2 languages. So 150-ish elements that I'm juggling every single day, but the new elements are every 3 days. So every 3 days, 150 elements between 2 languages. That's what we have been steady stating the last 3 or 4 months. So winding down again feels like a breath of fresh air, and this is incredibly engaging because it's a different approach, right? Some might think it's rehashing something I already know, but man, I'm really, really excited. It's hard for me to not want to just go to bed and see what happens tomorrow. all right, so we're gonna switch gears now. This was a good one. This was a good day. It reminds me of where to start back in the days. I have nostalgia already. It felt like yesterday when I was learning or getting to see pictorial, like ideograms or whatever people call these days, for the first time. Or for the first time academically. Obviously I've seen these before, but for the first time academically. All right, so sorry folks, that's a wrap for day 2 of WaniKani. I did some reflection. I like to keep it at least 30 minutes, talking to myself, talking to other people. I'm sure these sessions will get a little bit longer here and there. We still have to feel out the amount of time. There's a lot of flexibility right now for the time being, so that makes me really relaxed and filled with stamina, actually. All right, so until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? This is the end of our WaniKani session. So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, arigatou and mata ne, ja ne, minasan. And we're gonna quickly switch gears. So 1 second. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 300 with Duolingo Japanese. Minasan, okaeri nasai. 今日は300日目です。It is day 300 of Duolingo, and for the next 7 days ish, we're gonna fill this out. We're doing review, right? Review for our 100-day cycle, our first 100-day cycle, where we're going to, in another week or two, I'm basically spending as much time divided between Japanese and Chinese. as much as I can so that I will do a review session. And that review session is to try to collectively summarize all of the last 100 days of the 300-day cycle, of the 300-day total, right? So 100-day cycle within it. And for both Chinese and Japanese, and they'll probably be two-part series, and they're probably going to be done alone on each day, while like weaving in a WaniKani session at the beginning, right? Because those will probably take 16 hours total or something like that, 8 hours each. Maybe we'll do it in more than 2 parts. So where does that leave us, right? In this crazy mess of kanji madness is we're gonna go through and we're gonna quote unquote gold box as many things as we can, and our review session actually goes all the way back to unit 48. So we have to cover 48, which it looks like we did a bunch of, we stayed studious and then we kind of digressed and then fell behind, right? So we got lots of gold boxes to go. Let's see if we can pick up any things. And I think how we're going to do this is, since we're not doing recall today, usually we do some sort of active recall for the unit previously through writing. What we're going to do is I'm going to open a invisible notepad. I keep telling myself I was going to put the notepad somewhere at some point, but we haven't gotten our layout here. It probably would be somewhere above here. We can insert a notepad of some sort, but for now I haven't gotten around there to finding a smaller useful type of thing. So there will be an invisible notepad. I'll keep track of any kanji that I'm like what face, and then we'll write it at the end, and then that will be our recall construct for the next couple days. Those would be the way that I would account for my weaknesses, right? Something that WaniKani does very well, actually, so far. Okay, there is a mistake category right here, right? However, I think they're tied to just the lesson. So okay. All right, so let's try to gold box as many things as we can, hit that maximum dopamine, right? All right, what kanji unit do we have first? It might be, I saw that the first one was probably 2 units before the actual review, but it will be a good way to see where we're at here. Okay, it's 44, so it's 4 before. Oh, it's only 3 units. Okay. Or 3 little boxes, which looks like it might be 1 each. It might be 2 here, 2 here, and 1 here, so 5. Okay. Oh, yo kakan. And why isn't it tapping? Yo kakan. What wrong pitch? What's wrong pitch? But something's not tapping very well. Okay, this is haijitsu. Haijitsu. Oh, heijitsu. Oh no. Write this down. I think I've consistently used hai as opposed to a for this character, but we'll write that down. Our first one.
4日間
Okay.
4日
4日間 Heijitsu.
平日
Heijitsu.
4
Oh, that is a not accurate. I think I'm pretty sure that he just said yon.
4
Anyways,
日間
yeah, it's
Yo.
fine. This is
か間
this is a known overlapping issue with synthetic voices when counters have a wicked time figuring out which read, like which adjusted read for these characters. So
平日
you kind of get
平
used to
日
it.
平日
Heijitsu. Senchu.
先週
Senchu.
4日間
Yokakan. Which one did the ichinichi ni?
1日に
Yeah. Itsuka.
5日
平日
Heijitsu.
平日
土産
Miyage.
8歳
Asai.
4日間
Yokakan.
20日
20日.
平
Heijitsu.
4日間
Yokakan. Oh, yokakan.
よ間
Okay.
4日間
来週。
来週
3月。
3月
3月。No change. No euphonic change. 3月。7日 No, 10日。
10日
10日、平日。
平日
Okay. 平日。
実
My I am Eon? No. Of course it's not. Okay. Alright.
会計
会計。会計。
4日
4日。
学生
学生。
4日間
4日間。平日。Okay. Alright. Alright. That clears. Oh no. Wow, there's a lot more. Never mind. Just kidding. The bars are deceptive. They're not pips. So WaniKani has very clear pips. It's so fun now that I get to compare it with something else. So I'm gonna be saying these things all the time over and over again. Like, oh, you know, it's WaniKani pips versus the arbitrary bars. Although I do have to admit though, like, hear me out here. There's a limitation to resolution because these bars, some of these bars have like, they would need like 50 pips. And then some of these bars would only have like 5 pips. And they stack on top of each other in the sense of if you didn't finish all the previous ones, they will appear bigger. So that's their way of stacking. So if you keep scrolling down, like these are not the same size as these. The bars is nebulous because some of these are really old units or they're really new units. So it's hard to know how many exercises are in these. Sometimes they can range, like one thing could represent like 150 reviews because this character has been used a bunch of times. So if you're upkeeping them, they would appear like different lengths, but they're usually 10 on top of the same block. And to figure out how much roughly, you have to click on them and look at how many times they have been used. So like it will tell you all the units in which it's stacked on top of each other, but it's only stacked in the sense that it doesn't go back. It burns out. So if you've ever burned out all of these as you're going, then the volume doesn't actually change. It doesn't increase or anything. It only increases for the usage that they are introduced. So that's kind of how they organize it compared to, and I'm kind of using some of WaniKani's terminology to overlap between them. Oh, there, Blue Cat. So today we're gonna have a whole potpourri of, wait, where was I? A whole potpourri of random kanji stuff. So this is gonna be fun. This part is review. Practicing is probably one of my favorite things to do. It's the reward after learning. It should be very chill, right? Very chill. Not really all that strenuous. Review is like steady state. Something that requires very, very minimal effort. For myself personally, that's how I feel about it. Learning is where I'm incredibly stimulated and exhausted and can be exhausted mentally. Unless my body gives out. A lot of times my voice will give out. So that's where practice becomes strenuous. Anyways, that's when I stop. I try to stop before my voice gives out. So 一日に okay.
1日に
Right. So, oh no. This is day before, so ototoi. We're gonna add ototoi. Ototoi.
おととい
Sounds so wound up.
1日に
It's been a while since I used lots of frequency, like different types of days. Or you have to go because it's getting late here, but I really look forward to your journey even more now that you've added WaniKani to the mix. Have a good one. Ganbatte. Thank you. Thank you. Arigato. You know, mada desu. Mata ne. And I look forward to it. Yeah. Oyasumi nasai. Gecko. Looking forward to it. We'll have to chat more and more about the WaniKani. Do I like WaniKani? It's been 2 days, and I spent a grand total of like 10 minutes. So kind of tough to know at the moment. However, Blue Cat. I have to. I say this quite a lot. I know this makes it sound like a trivial thing. Trivialize the question a little bit, but I generally like the things I choose to do. Maybe one day, if I get forced to do something, I'll tell you, and then that's when I feel like there's a chance I might like dislike something or be disappointed. But I like WaniKani. I bought WaniKani knowing I will like it. So yeah. You also started WaniKani? Ooh. Where are you? Are you like vanilla like me? Because I have to wait. So today's WaniKani session was 5 minutes. And then I talked about WaniKani and compared stuff for 35 minutes. Because I wanted to make sure that I understand what's going on and whatnot. And how it's making me feel or how it's being compared and whatnot. So it took me 5 minutes today. And yesterday it took me like I tried to be a little bit more creative. Yesterday was a lesson day, right? We get our first lessons and there was a lot of fun like drawing and comical things. Today was there were only reviews for today, so it was 5 minutes long. I like it. I quite like it. It's different. So when it's different, it helps me engage with the stuff. Now I get to say things every time. You love WaniKani, it helps you a lot. That's great. I look forward to it. And that's what I usually hear. So you weren't, I'm not sure. No, you weren't here yesterday. I summarized most of my thoughts going into WaniKani. So without saying too much, I already like WaniKani before I started using it. And largely due to the reason, why did I choose WaniKani to add to my practice, right? To my Japanese session is largely due to anecdotal and testimonial stuff. The things that I gathered from WaniKani community-ish at large and representation from a distance. And I'm very familiar with Tofugu as well, even before I started WaniKani. And the idea is I invest in people. So I already liked the product before I even bought it. Largely because I have I have enough experience now due to actually language learning that I feel like I'm consistently able to determine where I'm going to go from here. And you might be asking, well, of course you would add WaniKani, right? Well, I didn't add Anki, for example. And I kind of went over some of the reasons, at least some of the pivotal reasons and common questions I would answer yesterday during day one. It was like a 3-hour session. I wanted to keep it to 3 hours. Sometimes it can get a little long. So one of the ideas is that I already like WaniKani enough that I would think WaniKani is worth more than $200 for a lifetime subscription. So my value system is already that WaniKani is worth more than $200. So yeah. And obviously I talked a lot about objectivity, rationality, and for myself to, make it like a hot take or something of what I spent 3 hours explaining yesterday. It is definitely, for me, worth the lifetime subscription, even at 300. However, obviously I'm a frugal person as well. When I'm able to save $100, I will do that. And I made the same rant about 2 or 3 days ago about why now I finally invested in Duolingo as well, the 1 year discounted subscription to Duolingo at $60. And my argument is very similar because I had 300 days of value going into the purchase. So another person came by to make an argument about the prospects of, is it worth it after the fact? And oftentimes nowadays, when I have a lot of experience, I usually invest forward in things when I have experience with something, as opposed to buying things based on promises of my own behavior and other people's behavior. Learning over 2,000 kanji in around 2 years for $200 is worth? Yeah. Even less if you want it, but it's really worth. Now here's my argument, since we're on Duolingo's portion now. Learning 550 kanji, meeting over 30 people who like WaniKani, and also learning over 1,600 vocabulary over less than a 1 year period for free is also very, very worth. And when I bought this subscription, that is worth more than $60. So as a SparkNotes version of why now I have firmly quote unquote given or paid for something that was inherently free, right? Quote unquote free as in it's not free. I do not think of it as free when you're using a product that doesn't cost you anything. So to summarize my last 300 days with Duolingo, $60 is a small price. $60 is a small price to pay for the 300 days of use. So yeah. Anyways, if I were to do a selfish thing, which a lot of people tend to do in this way, they would equate the value of their time. However, the value of my time is also lifted by the action of doing the thing and then having the opportunity to interact with people. So when you equate, say, oh wait, but it's technically not free because you're using your time, right? A lot of arguments would be, oh, Duolingo, you don't learn very effectively or efficiently like WaniKani or Anki. Like individuals like to make products attack each other indirectly, even though they all coexist for your convenience. The idea is, oh yeah, but you're wasting your time because you're using time. Well, hear me out here. If you want to buy it into a product and use it, then you get your value. Fantastic. If I'm using a free product, I'm using the product. So I'm able to use the product. So what do you gain from that is not just, right, the value to yourself. I also was able to stream something dealing with language learning for 300 days. And I was able to have people be angry at me, excited for me, learn with me, all in the process. And to me, that is far more valuable than even my own Japanese fluency. I'm not the type of guy that would value one's own proficiency without interacting with other people. My personal take on things is the investment in people, and the people that make products is the most valuable thing. My time is the most precious thing I can give, And when I'm doing something and people give me their time, that is immeasurably more valuable than, say, the weighing of whether a product is worth $60. Like the product itself, which has no feelings, right? The product itself doesn't necessarily have it is a great factor to consider. Like, what is it doing for you, your overall goals and whatnot. But I tend to evaluate products as well. So if someone says, oh yeah, my product sucks, like I bet I can't find anyone to review it. It's like, well, do you trust me? I trust you, so let's review the product together, that kind of thing. So I would invest in the person. Why did I choose Duolingo first? Because the odds of interacting with people are exponentially higher for someone like me in my position and my like take on things and how gated my requirements are for like active participation compared to Anki, for example. And then WaniKani is the next natural thing because due to me starting Duolingo, I've met a unanimous, it's one of the biggest reasons why I started WaniKani in the routine now, because it was unanimous. Those individuals who were selected to be here offering their opinion have like gives me the evidence that they have used the product for some time, understand and interact with other people, and have developed interpersonal skills. Those people unanimously find that WaniKani is a wonderful product that they added to their growing list of tools that they use to learn Japanese. So without hesitation, WaniKani would be the next logical choice. Also, I think I won't get into trouble with WaniKani. There are others like graded readers that I think streaming is probably going to get me into trouble. So there are like actual literal objective problems. I don't think WaniKani is one of them. At least the impression I've gotten. Who knows? There's always a chance down the road that I would get contacted by, I don't know, Koichi or something in their team and say like, can you not do this? And I'm like, so for now, we'll see where it goes. That's always a consideration. Yeah. I'm so happy to hear that you're at level 4, and just now Gecko was really excited to tell me about WaniKani because they're at level 38, so that's a true blue WaniKani, not a competition, but that person seems to really like the product as well. I think streaming WaniKani is going to be I already made some like loose expectations of my early days of how I would interact with WaniKani users, as in when I started streaming, right? Because Duolingo had a very specific type of experience. So far, I think regardless, the odds are WaniKani experience. When people talk about WaniKani or people come together, I think WaniKani's like philosophy and its product and developer and how it's advertised is well suited so for their target audience. So when I bump into someone, their conversations are very pleasant, right? It's coming from a viewpoint that's not antagonistic. That's one of the things that make me hesitant in investing time on Anki. Not that I'm saying the developers are at fault for this. It's largely, I mean, it's a all responsibility issue, kind of. Your product can condition specific behavior and learning and selective, like pre-selection. So you oftentimes, when I'm looking at products, when someone asks you for like recommendations and advice, you often look at what type of inherent behavior that is being conditioned by your product. Because like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and whatnot, this is a very important business consideration and user consideration, because one has to be very aware that when you invest in a product, especially a product that will consume like 2 or 3 years of your life, or a live service game, for example, like Fortnite, that would consume like 7 years of your life or plus, and Minecraft, you being aware of what type of community you're entering that is possibly appropriate for you, or what type of reaction you have, also affects someone who is wanting to stream the content as well. So Duolingo was an uphill battle. I was up for that challenge, right? Like, I prepared myself mentally and learned a lot about rebuttals and learning how language learning can be dynamic enough to create competitive process. Now, with all that experience, both mixed uphills and battles, I chose WaniKani because it's not the Anki community per se. I put in community in quotes because Anki pre-selects for loner behavior, and that can work for people who like being loners, like they like solitary studying and whatnot, and high willpower, self-induced, incredibly disciplined, but that also comes with incredible high self-identity and lack of empathy for like early stage stuff or diminished return by investing in others. Like, there's less of that, right? And Duolingo is on the other spectrum of things. Pretty much everyone and your like mother would be familiar with Duolingo, largely due to its community forward, casual forward, at the expense of proficiency kind of approach. And then WaniKani seems like it's a kind of a nice in between. That's the impression I'm getting from the user base that I've encountered. Of course, it's a lot less, and we'll see where it goes from there. And the future product, I'm not even brainstorming about the future product, because 2025 is the year of WaniKani, right? Where Duolingo shows up, Duolingo will be part of the cycle still, because we're going to do Spanish in the end of February to March, but we'll see if we have enough room for a little bit more, right? But WaniKani has been an exceptional interaction as a side product of Duolingo. Like, if I didn't start streaming language learning due to the accessibility of Duolingo, I would not have encountered my genuine interest in WaniKani. And my interest in WaniKani is spurred by people who were willing to share about their language learning. I choose things based on how the value system that other people communicate. So I said this a couple of times. If someone barks an order at me and have no consideration for how the context of things or the investment, I'm less likely to listen to their advice, because they have no empathy. Like, when you say you're just helping, that's not sufficient to create a behavior that you're prescribing something. When WaniKani was brought up, nearly every single time after some conversation while I'm using Duolingo, it has often been a place of incredible self-selection into people who think of language learning as a journey, learning things, not necessarily like hyper competitive or objectively focused on comparing things that are very unfeeling. Like, oh man, did you crush out your, like, you should be this by this and you should be this by that. Rarely did WaniKani, because of WaniKani's way of their over, much like kind of like Duolingo, sort of, where they try not to focus on comparative metrics of progress between users, but more comparative progress between you and yourself, while fostering a selection factor for people who understand pacing discipline, finding time to do something when they're ready, that kind of thing. And overall, the WaniKani language is incredibly encouraging. Obviously, Duolingo does not have those kind of things. It's more on the other side where they're trying to be implicitly as flexible as possible and approachable as possible with engagement that's more akin to social media, right? Anyways, super neat contrast. Actually, those, interesting enough, those who actually stick with Duolingo have a personality that's quite similar to those who stick with WaniKani. We're not talking about those who come now. With that said, there are less people who go out and witch hunt due to WaniKani being very selective. Like WaniKani's a target, when they target their audience, is very specific. So there's less and less, let's say, misses. There are more hits than misses when it comes to an appropriate audience for WaniKani. Duolingo's influence is like, it's in a different like in a different dimension than WaniKani. So then you'll have more misses overall, even if it's a specific percentage. Say like Duolingo has 10% misses and 90% success targeting, and then WaniKani has 99% accurate targeting and 1% miss. So the likelihood of encountering someone who's upset about WaniKani is astronomically smaller than a small percentage of Duolingo users. So the odds of me encountering them is less. So I have to keep that in mind, but at the same time, sounds like WaniKani devs got it down. Which, for the record, you might be thinking, oh, but Duolingo and WaniKani, they might have less time available to people. They're both in 2011. They're relatively two products that coincidentally line up. They were both launched in 2011. So it's interesting how these two products diverted. Overall, though, the wider your audience is, the more likely that your average satisfaction will get challenged to go down. So while Duolingo is handling hundreds of millions, I would say, if I had to take a guess, I don't know if WaniKani developers disclose any of this. Maybe 1 million? Are they in the millions? I feel like there's at least 1 million, right? It would be interesting. I didn't do any like digging or anything if they mention anything in their podcasts and stuff. Yeah. So I think WaniKani's community is absolutely a wonderful like village. It's a village on the side where it almost seems like paradise, and I hope it continues to be that way. I don't think WaniKani has that much user because it's kind of hard to do it later on. I see. Oh, that's what Gecko said as well. Gecko mentioned that it can become like distinctively overwhelming. It may become like overwhelming at times, and we'll see where I land on the spectrum of things, and then how I will negotiate that stuff, right? I think overall, though, even for those users, WaniKani, the ones that stop using WaniKani after a while, they still were left with a positive impression. You know what I mean, Blue Cat? Like the way WaniKani's language is being taught, like said, like the person that's typing is Koichi, probably, who types the messages and create the layout. It doesn't make you feel awful when you leave, right? You don't have to get to level 30. Even getting to level 30 is so good. Yeah, exactly. So, and the developer, the way it's, the feedback and stuff that it goes into the language and stuff makes it feel nice as well. They don't force you or implicate that you're a failure or you should do better, or there's no like fear that's constantly being reinforced, which some apps, they try to throw in a little here and there, you know, like some guilt tripping or like, and then there are some other apps that do this artificially, as in what I mean is unintentionally, sorry, not artificially, unintentionally, like Anki. Anki definitely is an unintentional design. So an unintentional design is what I mean by if you have something that is completely distilled into objectivity and metrics, you are also going to likely selectively, but unintentionally, select for the highest retention for people who have less subjectivity in their judgment, right? And that's very excellent for analytical thought and progress-oriented things. However, it also means those people are less focused on balancing that perspective off due to it's kind of hard to do it later on. Sometimes you don't have to complete the whole thing and still feel like you're well accomplished. These statements occur when you have a product that combines an element of subjectivity and nurture with the hyper-aggressive metrics, if you know what I mean. I know many people don't like Anki, but for me, it's so important for a Japanese. So that's fair. That's fair, right? However, you're not using Anki as your baseline. You are someone that has started WaniKani and you're talking to someone who's using Duolingo right now. That's very different from someone who is selecting themselves hyperactively to focus on metrics. Because if you start focusing specifically only on metrics, right, it makes you very objective. Certainly, don't get me wrong, it makes you very objective. Now, when you talk very objectively to other people, are you going to get those people to join and with you and participate with you in the product? In my opinion, usually the most effective way to use metrics is to demonstrate how the other person doesn't have your metrics. And that, to me, is using fear and inadequacy by comparison. That's the main motivator for a metrics-forward approach to getting someone to do something. And that can work really well. School does it really well, right? Like, hey, you got a C. The class average is an A. What up? And it's not gonna, no one's gonna ask you. They're just gonna say, here's your C, and the class average is an A. You clearly suck more than the other class, the rest of the class. That's what metrics get you. WaniKani has metrics. They're individualized metrics, and they come with messages. They come with curated, actual, you know, like it's not a person live trying to coddle you or anything, but it does give you a sense of feeling for your care of your health. Like, hey guys, you know, we have to take a break sometimes because making a break leads to memory consolidation, that kind of thing. Anki does not do that, right? Anki is a workhorse. It is a mechanical, super by the numbers appeal that is super great and useful when you want to cut to the business, you know, get down to business, do your thing, and go about it. However, Anki doesn't help you when you're feeling bad, or it doesn't normalize a human touch, even though there might not be a human touch, right? Apps tend to not have human touches because they're apps. However, that's where teachers come in, right? That's where when you interact with a friend who speaks something, target language, those are the things that are absent in these. And you're a human, so you could choose to reject your human needs and say, I'm strong enough for this, or you can balance it out with Anki and something else, right? If Anki hurts you now, if you go to WaniKani, it might be like, hey, you know, you've been making these mistakes, but let's give it a go, kind of thing. Or you go to a teacher or a friend, right? If you have them available, which typically not everyone has those available, they would have different takes because it's imbued with some humanity. Now, there's a time and place for that. When I need to get things done, I certainly would rock the metrics, right? Like rock the metrics. The idea is the makeup of Anki users, predominant Anki users, are stat forward people. So, and then the makes of Duolingo, for better or for worse, up to you, it's dependent on your objective. Duolingo is for communal shenanigans and engagement first. It's a reflection of their product. Duolingo, some people might rather spam meme videos, right? And talk about meme videos, how that relates to language because of their special interests as a priority over how many kanji did you learn per day, right? And WaniKani is kind of in between. And I like that. I like that WaniKani is in between, that the users do not come up and say, oh, what league are you in? Or how many, what is your metric? Did you get to JLPT 4 by 3 months? It's like, oh, this isn't fast enough. Like I'm doing like 100 a day. It was like, I've reached 1,500 this. Have you reached, where are you at? And Duolingo has this kind of thing, right? Duolingo has this kind of thing because Duolingo also uses metrics, right? And WaniKani does too. The difference is how big of a part is that. Like when you say level 4, that sounds, I know this might diminish someone's, when you say level 4, it's hard for me to appreciate that. But what you often say with the level 4 is there's a need to explain, I'm level 4 and I love WaniKani, right? You don't need to, for Anki users, they would say something like, not saying all Anki users, but a lot of predominant Anki, they would say, I've just reached 1,000. Okay. Does that take long? Does that, like, how do you feel about it? It's like, well, I got to 1,000. I need to get to 2,000. So, meh. Like, I need to get to 2,000. Like, okay, are you enjoying using Anki? Like, have you tried new, like, make it a little more fun or interactive? It's like, no, I just need to get to 2,000. Like, I need to get to 2,000 by the end of this year. I'm like, oh, okay. That's kind of how I feel about it a lot of times. That's the impression I get. Meanwhile, in Duolingo, it's all over the place. Like, there are people who hate it. There are people who kind of like it. People who just spam memes that are part of the Duolingo community, memes and stuff. And that is a lot more human-y than someone who comes by and tells me what rate of learning that they've done or how many decks they've done, which I can't possibly relate to. So just thought I throw that out there. I think there are times that if you're like really, you want to get into the gym, right? You got to work some kanji. Anki's that time. So you go for like a 30-minute Anki workout, and then you come home and you want to chill and practice some WaniKani, and then chill with another person who's doing WaniKani, and then suddenly you want to go online and like, you know what? I wonder what's happening in the Duolingo meme channel. Like their channel is basically a meme thing, and you're like, hey, I recognize some of these words and stuff because their meme video is using a target language that I'm using. That's kind of like the illustration of what I mean by the priorities of these products. And then there's one other one that I had considered, but I think you would get slapped with copyright problems, is readers. Like Satori, I would love to be able to read Satori readers and have people read along with me, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get slapped with copyright, so we can't really do that. But that would be one of the other type of personalities or like behavior enrichments. You try Satori Reader, but it was boring for you? I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe because the stories weren't really engaging. I think graded readers are uh very tough to be consistent because they're very bound by the person's interest or investment. Hear me out here. You did not like the stories, yeah. Hear me out here though. If I were to read those stories, right? And I would make them what I could challenge Satori reader and say, this is under fair use. I want to read your stories, but I want to make them into something entertaining for other people. So like, hear me out. It's very different for reading the story by yourself, right? Sometimes stories they're not interesting, and like it's based on your own experience, right? But sometimes hear me out. I've haven't played Elden Ring, for example, right? I haven't played Elden Ring, like literally myself, because mechanically and intellectually it's not there for me, right? After like a few Souls game kind of thing. However, when I see someone else engage in it and made it like a blast, or like how goofy they are, it could end up being interesting. So that was kind of my idea behind, if I could email someone and say, what happens if I were to use your product? I know it is your product, as in the stories are copywritten and written by someone, but what happens if a streamer were to do like their own flair on top of their reader, where basically, oh yeah, this story's like, this is kind of boring, let's talk about why this is boring. And then you, right, you, instead of using the story as what is baked in, you could come on and tell me why you think this part is boring. And then we could sit there and say, how do we use our Japanese to make this less boring for us? Right? That's what I was doing in day one of WaniKani, by the way. So in day one of WaniKani, you know, they were showing radicals, right? Like for you, like for instance, the river radical, right? Kawa. I and Blair, we were like, no, this is clearly a highway. You know, and this is like the on ramp of that. That's what I mean. Like, you can develop and create new mnemonics with other people, and it would be like a goof. It would be a blast. Something boring can be engaging when you can see it through a new lens. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I'm still going to get slapped by copyright. So that's the idea of fair use on the internet. It has to be transformative, and that's why reaction videos are like a gray line. When you react, you have to substantially add the transformative property of someone else's IP. I try not to get into that region. So there was a couple of times people wanted me to react to something, and it gets a little dicey. So nowadays, I think WaniKani is fine because I'm actively trying to make it. I inherently make things more a big deal than they are. So hopefully that's sufficient for the WaniKani devs not to yell at me. I think Duolingo has done less, like hasn't done too much for me that I can't make it something more than it is. Right? Like, this sounds like you're doing it on intentional or not, but this is how I make my life interesting, right? Every day I get up and I challenge myself to make my life even more interesting than it was before, to me and maybe possibly to others, or who like encourage others to do so. So yes, when Duolingo is boring, which it hasn't been yet, it's not necessarily only Duolingo that's doing it. It's me that's doing it. So it's unfortunate that Satori Reader didn't have something that you were very interested in, and I think that's one of the big risks involved. There aren't a lot of like strictly dedicated live service reading apps, largely due to the high chance that the content itself does not resonate with very specific generations, right? Like, especially Satori Reader struck me as something that they would hit a lot of copyright issues or something if they were to piggyback on like popular forms of media from Japan, right? You read visual novels, they're more fun. Exactly, that's what I mean. So, it would reach a very contentious point to normalize something like Satori readers to visual novels, like VNs and whatnot. That's a thing that makes it a hit or miss because there is two very distinct groups that learn Japanese. Those who are inclined to take a more subtle, pedantic look at story writing versus like a vlogging perspective. And then those who grew up with the attraction of VNs and pop culture. So it would be interesting if someone tackled that. But the idea is you wouldn't even need that service. You hit up a VN. And then there are data mining databases, for lack of a better word, like algorithmic ways to prioritize VNs so you can continue to enjoy visual novels. It's how you're competing, right? For example, Satori Reader developers probably are aware that they are competing with individuals who basically enjoy visual novels, high likelihood that they're enjoying anime, manga and visual novels of the sort. So they could have, I'm not a person who's used Satori Reader, but my idea would be they probably deliberately strayed from that in order to not to directly compete with that. Products that coexist as a live service model tend to try to avoid competition. They try to fill in a service that will be hit or miss for the non-target. It would be miss for the non-target audience, but it would be a hit for the target audience. So much like Duolingo, Anki, and WaniKani, they are very distinctively pre-selected enrichment for specific type of people. And that's why when someone uses all three and they like all three, it would mean that their preferences are mosaic, as in you can jive with more than one type of product. Now, there are things that become very selective, and I think visual novel is definitely one of those things. Reading material is very, very selective, far more selective than how to approach learning radicals, for example, or how to SRS kanji. That's a little bit wider, a little wider perspective. How do you like your visual novel? Yeah. I'm curious if anyone tackled that competition-wise, competing with visual novels. It would be a very, very strong competitor. Like they would need a very, very excellent start. Interesting. Anyways, let's get back to this. Sorry for the rant.
1日に1日
Where are we at with time? Okay. Ototoi is one of the weaker ones.
おととい
1日に
Oh boy, I just heard Suitachi. Suitachi ni. I don't know if I've ever heard Suitachi that read in that format ever. So it's a known duel.
1日に
Okay.
い日に
Ichinichi ni.
おととい
Ototoi.
おととい
Okay. Suitachi.
1日
Suitachi. Gogo.
午後先週
Sensu.
おととい 1
Ichinichi ni.
おととい
Ototoi.
おととい
1日に
Ichinichi ni. I'm getting like I'm starting to have that weird honeymoon period where like, oh man, we should try something else new after WaniKani, but I gotta resist. Discipline, right? Sometimes when you get that dopamine hit of the new thing, you kind of want to enter another dopamine hit, and it's such a human condition thing. Like I'm resisting, obviously. I don't want to pile on too many things and not be able to, like 2025 is already off to a new project, right? And WaniKani is the new project. So gotta resist not to OD on dopamine triggers right off the bat. I don't know if you ever heard of the like the New Year's resolution human condition, where like oftentimes when you think of fresh starts, often New Year's resolution has this really almost notorious joke or like cliche of whenever people plan New Year's resolutions, they would list like 16 to 18 things because, or like a more than they can juggle, largely because they're trying to take into account the year in experience. And oftentimes like I forgot what the statistic was in terms of self this is like they took surveys where it's voluntary selection for these surveys, and at least 70% of New Year's resolutions are dropped within the first 2 weeks. Or it was something like that. It was like an absurd thing. Like 3 out of 4 people break one of their New Year's resolution immediately within the first month. And it's pretty classical, and it dealt with gyms. Yeah, gym was one of the survey studies. Like most people start going to the gym at New Year's but quit after 2 weeks. Yep. So my thought here is like, oh yeah, I just started WaniKani and I'm already like, maybe I should add more things to it. Heck, we might as well just throw in Anki. Obviously I go through this every year, so we've already laid out all our plans. That's what's the idea. I laid out all my plans in the last 2 streams, like before New Year's. And the idea of having some immediate plans to pave the road to your goals is to actualize the plans. I resolved to continue eating food New Year's. That is such a safe way to go. Yeah, I resolved to do things that I'm already currently doing, right? One of my New Year's resolutions is keep doing the things that still work. Like I continue running because it's past 700 days now. Continue using Duolingo. That's one of the New Year's resolutions, right? Because I've already invested and I've done it close to a year now. So the baseline resolutions are the ones that which I honestly, hear me out. When I see people's New Year's resolutions, it's often, I would say 70 to 80% of their list is a list of things they want to change about themselves, right? I personally think maybe 50-50 for someone who's more focused on changing. However, for me, as a very, I would consider myself fairly consistent and happy in my current state. So actually my New Year's resolution includes most things that I already do well and continue to develop them into the future. So how do I elevate my Duolingo experience is one of my New Year's resolutions, and I have a lot of plans for that. How do I elevate something that I have already been doing for a year now? Language learning. So, and then occasionally throw in 1 or 2 things in which I would change dramatically, like start something new. Oftentimes, New Year's resolutions are filled with things you're starting, as opposed to also, I would say a healthy person would spend a vast majority of the time improving some of the things they have already started for a long time. Like, it's kind of one and the same, but the mindset is a little different. When you start going to the gym, it's viewed as starting to go to the gym, as opposed to improving your fitness.
right? You already have an ongoing fitness. As in, is your fitness declining? Well, let's decline less. So starting gym is in the perspective of your fitness journey, right? So I could say, so one of the things for language learning that I'm starting is Spanish in February, right? In February, the end of February and the beginning of March. There's some wiggle room because of release dates and stuff. I'm starting Spanish. However, that is something I'm starting. However, that is part of my language learning journey, which has already gone for 300 plus days. So that 300 plus days means that I can at least comfortably continue doing that with or not the failure of starting Spanish. And that's kind of how I feel about people's New Year's resolutions. Oftentimes, it's proliferated with things they have to start. And start as in establish an entirely new habit and mindset around it. And the odds of that happening is unlikely. So I would say a success rate is one habit at a time. So if you decide on 2025 to work on 4 new habits at once, it's going to result in one of the habits possibly starting and the rest being dropped, right? So it's not like a bad or a good thing. It's more like a human condition thing, right? My goal for 2025 is to be comfortable speaking Japanese. Oh yeah? And have you already started speaking Japanese with someone or something, or with yourself, or in some way already? And then you just want to become more comfortable with it, right? Or are you saying to be comfortable? That's interesting remark. Like, are you not comfortable with speaking only to yourself? Okay. Do you mean that you just want to become more comfortable in every way that you're already doing it and maybe some more? Or are you always uncomfortable speaking to yourself? I feel like speaking to myself is fairly comfortable. To keep in mind, when I say comfortable, I can feel comfortable. I can feel comfortable speaking at any level. The idea is that I think when you mean to be more comfortable is that you're comfortable in feeling like you're not insecure around speaking to others or something. Yes, I understand, Jen, but can't really speak a different language to strangers. Yeah, that's what I figured. Here's one that would be interesting. When you speak to another person in Japanese, have you ever asked them if they were uncomfortable? I don't know if this will help or not. I'm genuinely curious if when someone is speaking a different language, like a target language, to a stranger who speaks in that target language, do you ever ask if they're uncomfortable? Okay. Most of the time, I would say I ask, and I think 9 out of 10 times the other person says, "Oh no, it's not a big deal," and that can kind of help with feeling comfortable. Like, what I mean by that is, there's a difference between feeling comfortable speaking a target language versus being competent in the language. And what I mean by that is, you can be both comfortable and competent, but you can also be comfortable and not as competent as you think, right? I know that competence and the feeling of competence comes with comfort. There is another option. There are other factors that can make you feel a little more comfortable. And knowing that when you're talking to someone, that other person's like, nah, go right ahead. Instead of voluntarily waiting for them to say that. I would say if someone, for example, the first thing I want to remove is that uncomfortable feeling. So how does that relate to Japanese and English? English, when someone comes up and they say like, "Oh, I'm sorry if I have a lot of typographical errors," or like something, "English is my second language," is like, nonsense. Your English is fantastic. Just talk to me. Like, feel free. Like, I misspell things all the time. I drop words, and hopefully my English doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. because your English does not make me feel uncomfortable if you were to ask. However, most of the time I like to think that target language users do not ask the other person if it's uncomfortable. And what happens, in my opinion, is yes, certainly uncomfortable comes from inside a lot of times, like, oh, you don't know a lot about the language, or maybe you don't know enough to make yourself comfortable. However, when you ask another person and they say, oh yeah, no, go right ahead, it can help you be more comfortable with speaking your target language, and you might be able to reach your goal as well in a different way. I mean, like, or bolster your resolution, right? Your first language is German? Ooh, I see. When did you start learning English? I don't know how varied curriculums are for Germans. When it comes to English, do you learn it alongside German? My first language is Fujianese, so it's kind of hard to type that since I never learned how to write.
3時半
In Germany, you learn English in school for 6 to 7 years. Okay. So sometime in the middle of your education? Would that be okay? So you're pretty much then are already conversational in German by the likely, like, fairly decently conversational in German already before you learn English, or is it like in the beginning? I don't know how well I spoke English. Because mine was like simultaneous. You had to know Fujianese, and then English was the educated language, and then Spanish was like when I was already set in English. It's hard to say. You watch English shows when you were a kid? Yeah, me too. That is kind of hard to say because since I'm learning Mandarin, it does quite make a intuitive difference when you watched shows, but even if you don't pursue the education, it softens the learning curve quite a lot. Where the learning starts or where the practice starts, kind of idea. Fair enough. You could have fooled me. Sorry, I'm doing like a. I sometimes watch Babish's like ranking videos, and he always like making that reference to Seinfeld. You could have fooled me. So that's my bad. Force of habit.
3時半
Sanjihan. Not that it's something relatable. It's a very Americanized TV show that I very highly doubt the younger audience, especially one that's not from the United States, would dabble in. I would be very, very shocked. You know Seinfeld, but do you know the reference I'm talking about? You could have fooled me. I'm pretty sure it's from Seinfeld. It might not even be. I haven't watched Seinfeld, by the way. Even I, yeah, like I don't know Seinfeld either. Like what I mean is I know Seinfeld exists. I myself have not seen enough Seinfeld to be super confident that's where it is. I remember like in the video in Babish's videos, it had that chime, the Seinfeld chime, I think, which reminds me of the show, but I myself have not seen the show, or I've seen like bits and of it. I'm not very. I'm more a Bob's Burger kind of person. Although, admittedly, that's kind of like Seinfeld. Bob's Burger, Rick and Morty. Dear Me, do I say Family Guy? Some of Family Guy, Futurama, that kind of thing. Do I know the website Boon Pro? I do know of the website Boon Pro. Yes, the grammar site. Boom Pro. Boom Pro is basically a play on Japanese grammar, like the word. Someone explained this to me before. You were thinking about testing it for grammar? Ooh, there's a test? Interesting. I might consider that. There's a test for grammar. What is the pricing unit? Oh. So they have 20% off until January 7th. Interesting. Limited access review, okay, along with reading, okay. Boom Pro Premium has complete access to Boom Pro SRS reviews, text, and more. Boom Pro Lifetime. Yeah, there is a, but hear me out here. Hear me out. Hear me out. It is using the model that WaniKani is using as well. Like it's one of the models. We talked about this a little bit. However, hear me out. 2026 could be a Boom Pro year. And this is more than one language, right? I'm pretty sure this is more than one language, right? This is like, oh no, it's just Japanese. Just kidding. Oh, I thought they might have had other language functionality. But you know, if I really like the product, Boom Pro, people like Boom Pro so far. I think I had about 7 or 8 people mention Boom Pro. That's significantly less than WaniKani, but WaniKani was like 30 to 40 people, and then Anki was like in the hundreds. But that would be interesting. Many people use it with WaniKani and says good combination. You can even add books like Genki to your decks. Really cool. I have to check if Boom Pro is cool with streaming it. So other than that, I probably just use it for personal things. So you wouldn't be able to see me do anything or make commentary on it. So I could probably say things like, "Oh, I tried Boom Pro." That's about it. Yeah, the WaniKani thing, I scavenged the internet and whatnot for evidence that it was okay, and then we had to figure it out. Maybe. They have a lifetime subscription. I might invest. I like investing in products up front when I already know what I'm looking for. Intriguing. I haven't bought any textbooks yet, and I'm not entirely sure. Hear me out here. I was thinking one of the other projects that I could do, because Genki and Mina Nihongo was Mina no Nihongo was brought up a ton of times. I was gonna do like a camera, like a book. Sorry, I had to cough. Like a note-taking book reading kind of thing, but I think Genki would not be too happy about that either. I don't know. I was thinking of something like a vertical camera mount. They do have PDFs. PDFs would work as well, I think. I don't know if you can buy a license and then use the PDF. However, that's also a copyright thing, right? I haven't seen too many textbook related content creation related things. I was going to do something like interpretive paraphrasing or interpretive like note taking. I wanted to use some way of demonstrating how I condense information into like my shorthand. So I haven't read a textbook in a long time. If there's any type of book format that I read most in my entire life, is probably textbooks. Second, maybe slightly less than scientific articles like journals and whatnot, but they kind of read like textbooks. So I was gonna do like a thing where, oh, here's the book text, here's what I would write, you know. You forced myself to read Genki? Yeah, exactly. So the idea was, this was another project that I thought I could do with a lot of red tape and whatnot, was I take the Genki, and if there's no PDF, I was just gonna do a vertical mount, like a vertical camera mount, and I was just going to show the textbook. I was going to cycle through the textbook, and what I was going to do is I was going to do a virtual tab, a digital tab, like a notebook thing, using like a notebook app or anything like note-taking app, and then I would do like outlines, talk about how I do reference models, like how do I pull like bibliographies and whatnot into it to footnote things, right? And then organize notes so that when the notes, how to create functional notes for myself, and then show, like demonstrate how I would use footnotes and links and hyperlinks in a digital world, because I used to do that a lot later in my career, where you would write notes, you would condense and paraphrase, and then how you quickly add bibliographies and notations. So then you would get something sorted, and then how would you quick find these things? So I would actually create appendices and whatnot to use, so that when you're, and then I create a table of content. So the beginning of my notebook, you can automate this process using certain note-taking apps that can create, you can type and structure your notes so that it becomes a drop-down list. What apps? I don't use anything anymore. It used to be, what is it called? Elephant? No, it's not Elephant. It's something like Evernote. Yes, Evernote. The reason I said elephant is because my mnemonic is elephant. Their logo is an elephant. So I used to use Evernote. If you look at Evernote, it's basically an elephant. That's why I said elephant. So you know, it's not called Elephant. It's called Evernote. I used to use Evernote. Before that, I used what was the Microsoft Office? I think it's just called Note. Microsoft Note, like the Office Note program. But then when I used Evernote. And you know, teach, or not teach, but demonstrate note-taking, like different types of note-taking strategies. I juggle about like 10 to 15 different types of note-taking strategies that I've collected from, curated from other people who are who really enjoyed taking notes back then. I had to learn how to take notes, like quite literally, because earlier on, back when I was a kid, it was, you know, all raw rote memory kind of thing, right? You never take, like, cue the cliche part about like getting 100% because your natural inclination to remember things and stuff was sufficient. But at some point, obviously, I also do not have the capacity to do that on hand and to retain things and record keeping. I learned the joys and pros and cons, and especially pros of record keeping. So now I stream things that I learn and whatnot. So that was what I was trying to do, but it would be very difficult without getting slapped by copyright. Like, I'm pretty sure Genki peeps don't like the idea that their product can be viewed verbatim online by someone, regardless if they were trying to transform it into something else, right? So I had apprehension a lot of times with doing WaniKani and Duolingo at first. I'm very, very cognizant of future copyright issues, because I do believe if I'm not paying for a product, or if I'm not using a product in a way that somewhat indirectly benefits them because it's their product, it is very important to me that these people continue to thrive because their product is something that allows me to. So reading books is a very, very, very scary thing to do when you're doing it. You don't know how to write good notes. You do write some notes, right? I do some note taking here and there with Duolingo just to demonstrate, but it's not even close to condensing like a documentary or a video or something into an essay form or paraphrasing or things that highlight people's note taking. It's actually something that I do early on. I do very early on when I ask someone, it's like, okay, so we learned something together, right? A lot of times I do this as a coordinated thing where someone asks me something and I'm like, I have no idea. Hello there, Cozy. I have no idea what this thing is. I can't help this person. And then this person has no idea. So what we do end up is, let's do it together, right? Let's do it together. I'll do what I'm currently doing and I'll let you know what I'm doing. And then you let me know what you're doing. And then oftentimes, yeah, note-taking is something interpretive and constructive, or deconstructive and constructive note-taking is something that I'm not gonna say it's something that you can't or can do. It's largely superseded by technology nowadays. So the convenience of technology largely makes it so you don't have to do it. Well, the idea is like, if you don't want to take good notes, it's not as necessary in this day and age because technology does it for you. The only way I would be able to say anything inherently okay about doing good note taking is that it's kind of like writing, right? You can make an argument that, well, you type all the time and then there's text to speech and speech to text kind of thing. It supersedes this. Writing good notes, or actually we're gonna not use the word good here so that it doesn't sound biased. Writing notes deal with a construction and deconstruction process. So how is that useful in, like, for example, language learning? If you're writing language, it's actually specifically very attractive or provocative in language learning, because when you're constructing and deconstructing, you're creating sentences. You're creating sentences, topics, and you're conversing with yourself. Or you may converse with yourself. And you're learning forms of expression. Now, you may not always. So the idea of copying notes is different from writing notes. Right? When you're copying notes, you're not practicing these. That's what technology does quite well, right? Take a screenshot, record it, it's all there. You don't have to condense it. And then there's technology, which deconstructs and constructs and deconstructs for you. So that means you don't do any of these as well. So if I had to say, try to take notes, and not try to take notes as in things that are not interesting to you. I'm talking about what's another form of taking notes that it's going to be permanent to you. A journal. A journal is an act of including a lot of the skills that involve taking notes, because you, as a taking journal, you will attempt to write what is interesting to you. Hopefully, because your life's journal is things you write about. And you might be thinking, oh, well, when you start, you're probably going to have nothing to write about. Well, try to write one thing. And then tomorrow, try to write that one thing in slightly more detail. And then write 2 things total. And so on and so forth. And what happens is there are going to be a time where you learn to see what is interesting to you. Now, what does that do with textbooks? Well, if you're not in school, right, and no one's dictating or prescribing, we'll say prescribing what you need to know, like what was important to you, you have to determine what is interesting to you, right? So when you write notes, be it in real time, or dare I say recall, as in the steps in SRS, when you write notes through real time and like parallel, like you read a note and you copy a note or something, or you're recalling through SRS, the idea is you are constructing what is important to you. So what does that do? Sometimes you don't need to know all this. You do not need to literally know what you're constructing and stuff. What happens though, your intuition will take over. With proper note-taking and interest and journaling, that your intuition takes over and you often become more expressive than you already are. So like over time, when you initiate a conversation, when you talk about a conversation, you're like, oh yeah, this is easy. I do this every day. I write it on my notes every day. Like I write in a journal. It's like someone asks, how's your day? You're like, oh, okay. I remembered. I wrote all 4 of these things before, and I wrote it in many, many different ways. So let me tell you a story about my day yesterday. You're already doing it, right? And how does that transfer to notes in terms of like language learning and or like a special skill or something, right? Or a documentary or a movie you watched or a VN. You've already done it. You've already done it multiple times. And you even wrote down all your opinions. So you already know in some shape, not speech, but you can use the speech would be less strenuous because you've already conceptualized what you're going to say. So it's a less strange. You're less likely to be juggling multiple things, like coming up with your opinion on the fly while trying to find the proper words and pronunciation, but you already have all the words in your head, so it leans into elevating everything else. My streaming dialogue that I'm using right now is a practice of all these skills. These skills are related to my communication style. So if it looks like most of the time I kind of know what I'm talking about, and even when I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm reacting and filling it in a natural way that doesn't sound like I don't know, right? That kind of thing. Even my ums and likes and stuff are deliberate. They're deliberate in the sense that I can take control of even uncomfortable situations where I ran out of ideas, I don't know what the word is, and it definitely feeds into speaking a target language and substituting with another language, code swapping, and understanding that regardless of your competence level, you are comfortable in your own skin because you've done this a bunch of times already. Quite literally writing in your notes saying, I get this word wrong all the time, maybe I should do something about it. Let's start analyzing that. Writing notes creates analytical thought that deals with your personal interest. And that's probably how I would sell taking notes, and where to start, right? You start with something interesting to you. You try to summarize it in your own words, right? Highlight all the things you care about. Highlight the things, you may not care about, but hey, you know it's there. And then in the future, you might be thinking, oh, I don't care about this aspect. How do I get myself to care about this aspect? Because I absolutely love the Japanese language, but I really, really dislike onyomi, for example. Or I'm making up examples as I'm going. But generally speaking, that's kind of a thing that I really did hope that most people, kids, especially kids who do well in school, going up, these are the things that they end up intuiting whether they like note-taking or not, or find it useful at some point as you progress through formal education, you are challenged with using this skill, right? And this skill is a form of expression. So if you wanted to know, for me, how obvious it is that individuals don't take notes or paraphrase or construct or deconstruct, you can ask them a subjective question about an objective observation and listen to their response. I would say nowadays, at least on the internet, and you can factor in like how serious it is, how they portray the seriousness of the things. With all that said, the vast majority, over 50% of people, are incapable of typing a coherent, concise description and paraphrase that's appropriate for the medium that they're using. So for example, someone says, okay, you only have 500 characters on a YouTube chat message, right? How can you convey and be expressive that is resonating to the own person? Like, I feel like this is a wonderful aspect of this movie when they incorporated some of my favorite colors, instead of saying the movie looks good, right? So there's an act of condensing it way too much. Like, you just summarized the 2.5-hour movie in "it looks good." That's a little too much, and there's a lot to unpack there. It's more a combination of inability to express and poor note-taking in your head, poor note-taking, right? Or the act of impractice or deficient. And poor as in not a bad thing, more like there's no incentive. I don't think there are people around that, you know, like Blue Cat, maybe even Churn, Cozy. There aren't people around that's telling you, oh, hey, this is what you can do with note-taking skills, right? Here are the things that I do because of the consequence of good note-taking skills. It's often, you should take notes, and then no one demonstrate, like there's a lack of demonstration of what does that have to do with most of the stuff you do in life. And that's kind of where I would say that's why note-taking is not a good note-taking is not a bad or a good thing, perhaps. It's that nowadays the incentives are not quite clear, and because of technology, you don't really have to do that. Like, I'm surprised apps like Evernote and whatnot stay afloat in competition with, like, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna sound really biased, but having apps like Evernote so you can take your own notes and like cross-reference your stuff and categorize your stuff, compared to learning with TikTok. Yeah, learning with TikTok is the thing. And I'm not a TikTok user, so that's as far as my comments go. However, the essays and documentaries on the application of learning with TikTok, or the trend of learning with TikTok, is very concerning from an outside perspective. Like a misrepresentation of the thing you think you're learning. Cue the musician tutorials on TikTok. Ooh-wee. Boy howdy. Anyways, yeah. Journal something. I honestly think, and how obvious is it to me, right? When I ask someone something, TikTok is dangerous. It can be incredibly misused or misrepresented. Yeah, it can be. It very well can be dangerous, especially for someone who does not have a clear ability yet right? It's practice, clear ability to ascertain the validity of information, and entertainment platform, being an entertainment platform while being misconstrued as a educational platform can be a recipe for misinformation. So TikTok, by all stretch of the imagination, is an incredibly entertaining platform for sure, like for entertainment. Like, however, it requires a lot more moderation and ability, or separation or segregation or clear labeling system to distinguish between what is vetted information and misinformation, or opinion pieces from objective, like factual, fact-checked pieces. There's no distinction between them. So then you have perceptions that are wild. Like, for example, here's a language related thing. And I view language, like spoken language, in more of a musicality situation. So this is relevant to language because it deals with music. So for example, this is one of the beginnings. These are old memes now, or old concerns. I'm not sure they're still true, but they have a keyboard, right? A snapshot of the keyboard, and it would be labeled like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And they will proceed to play a melody. That has over 10 different pitches. Like, we're not even gonna go towards like some of the pitches is like an octave apart, or like how pianos actually work. Now you could even make an argument, oh, maybe this is a keyboard with a defined, like a mixed up tuning or something. Maybe like a digital keyboard with different types of tuning. Sure, what have you. It's still relatively difficult to arrange it in this manner. And then the tutorial would be, this is how you play like Harry Potter's theme song. Like, in no possible way, in no stretch of the imagination that this, it's probably something like this. Even within this 5, your sample when you're playing involves more than the possible pitches produced by 5 separate keys. Oh, how is this related to language? Imagine listening to Japanese, right? Like imagine Mandarin. You would be convinced at some point that this could be related to tone, quote unquote, tone deafness when listening to language. Right? Like, oh wait, I thought this pitch is like, wait, how does this and this have 1 octave in pitch change? Like, that's absurd. And you don't have to be a musician to see that. However, TikTok is so powerful that if you see enough of these videos by mere exposure, one may intuit that this is how pianos sound. Right? You're like, oh, okay, well, it's just 5 keys. I can learn to do it. And then meanwhile, the perception is already warped to high heaven, right? And this is something about music. It's about playing on a keyboard. Where that's a area that I feel, okay, I guess if people mix up there. Now we start thinking about drilling, saws, soldering, like the gunpowder, right? toxic chemicals, toxic compounds, then I start to worry, right? That's kind of the idea. It started with being funny about music being misrepresented, like a guitar where it shows like the 5 strings on a guitar and it's like labeled 1 2 3 4 5. Well, the first thing you learn about a guitar is all the open string sounds, right? So they would show like a 1 3 1 1 5 4 pattern or something, and they're all open sounds. Meanwhile, 3/4 of the sound are not open strings in like the playback, right? They don't produce those sounds unless maybe you tuned it in a way that it has those open sounds. And even then, this pattern featured more than 6 different pitches, which cannot be produced by only plucking the 5 open strings. And the reason why I'm demonstrating this is these are the things I think about. As in, like, when you see something, even if you don't know how a guitar works, you have fundamentals. You understand observations that you take notes about. It's like, well, there are 5 strings on a guitar. What happens if you pluck all 5 open strings? You would hear 5 different sounds, or 5 different maybe pitches even. And then you ask yourself, do I hear 5 different pitches? Or do I hear more than that? Right? Instead, you have people linking like, dude, look at how easy it is to play this. And I'm like, what do you mean how easy it is to play this? That person isn't playing that melody. It's not even close. Like, I mean, by coincidence, I play the guitar to some extent, but I like to hope that a vast majority of people understand that with some critical thinking, that you can't possibly produce that melody with what they showed. So there's no vetting process for that type of information either. And then you start having TikTokers saying things like this. Well, and hear me out. This is a personal anecdote of mine. You have a TikToker who says things as a person who speaks American English and also a person who has Japanese parents and speak many, many years of Japanese. Duolingo can't teach you kanji. It teaches you 0 kanji. End of and then the 30 seconds run out. And then what does that do? Well, first of all, that's misinformation. It doesn't regardless of what that person's intent was, right? You know this person, right? Now you have an idea of this person's behavior. So now you look at the views, there's 3 million views. It's hyperpolarizing, it's super hyperbolic statement, and then you condition a bunch of millions of people thinking that's true. And now how does that impact through the consequences of that person, since people don't think about people's motivation anymore or critically think about what they say? Is that I get those comments and someone would come by and say, well, you do know Duolingo doesn't teach anything. Like, oh, okay. I guess it doesn't teach anything to millions and millions of people. So I guess millions and millions of people will continue to use a product in which they don't get taught anything. Right? So I'm not saying that it's a silver lining to defend the quality of a product. However, those comments are hyperbolic, they're disingenuous, and they come from the entirely other spectrum of things. When we have Anki community saying, these are the numbers, these are the facts. So when an Anki person comes up to me and say, Duolingo doesn't teach kanji, and I can tell them, here are 550 kanji that is in Duolingo, literally. And there would be no argument about it. That's objective, right? But it's unfeeling. There's no subjective nature opinion about it. Meanwhile, TikTok's on the other spectrum, on like the way other end, where if your opinion and you believe it strongly enough with your subjectivity, it doesn't matter what the objective facts are, right? The objective fact is millions of people use Duolingo. They learned at least one word within a day. In any of the courses, you will learn one thing. That is more than nothing. So whatever that person said, and I got so many of these videos, I can't tell you how many times the same TikTokers repost to YouTube Shorts with the same exact message, and they continue to champion something that's absolutely incorrect. Like, I'm okay with someone saying, oh yeah, you know, Duolingo's, the efficacy is not as compared to apples and orange, but still compared to this other thing, I was more successful with this other tool than this one. Those are fair opinions. When you clearly go out to say something that you're not correct, and you get views and popular following, and then the algorithm forwards you because of controversy and hyperbolic statements, that can change the reality for young minds. I'm just saying. You don't know man for what? You don't know man for what? Who the heck said Duo doesn't teach kanji? 3 people. It's not that much. I was picking some bad actors, but that was anecdotal. I had 3 people who said that to me. That's only when I didn't know any kanji. The first one that said that to me, it was day 2 of Duolingo. It was around day 2. It was within the first week. Well, technically I didn't know any kanji yet. My argument was, well, apparently, allegedly, this is probably, I'm quoting myself probably. Allegedly, or that's not how you spell allegedly. Sorry. Allegedly, Duolingo has a greater than 1,300 kanji in their course because I didn't learn them yet. So within the first week, the only thing I can, since it's going to be a common question, they're like, have you learned any kanji yet? It's like, well, I don't know. I've only been learning Japanese for like 4 hours. I think it was more like 8 hours both days. So 16 hours, right? And what have I learned? Kana. Oh, and just so you know, that person first said you don't learn kana. It doesn't teach you kana first. And then it's like, let alone teach you any kanji. And I could at least refute that I learned kana, so I went straight to the kana section. I'm like, look, there's this thing. And then there's a kanji section, right? But the kanji section was locked. So I can't really demonstrate truly that I learned any kanji because I didn't, right? But I know at least the facts, at least some facts, that it's greater than 1. I think 1,300 is greater than 1. And I already saw a kanji. I didn't learn it, but even within the first day, I saw a kanji character in their description or their example. I like WaniKani. When someone comes up to me maybe on day 2 and say, you didn't, WaniKani doesn't teach you any kanji. It's like, you're right. It hasn't taught me any kanji yet. But I saw a bunch of kanji. And what did you learn in WaniKani in the last 2 days? 25 radicals. Which are not kanji. Someone could argue that. It's like, yeah, okay. Actually, for the record, I believe 7 of them, the radical is the kanji. So, like, for example, oh, you know, for big. So, there are exceptions, like this is one of their radicals. So, Technically, you did learn I did learn kanji on day 1 of WaniKani. Right. TikTok. And YouTube Shorts. Actually, short formats in general. So, this is not talking about the content itself, but more talking about understanding the motivations of the content creator, what their restrictions and what is offered there, and empowering the user to interpret and understand what they are seeing and what they are understanding. And that ties all the way back to note-taking. So if you're not note-taking literally, hopefully you're note-taking in your head. Because when you see a video, are you paraphrasing and understanding and expressing what was important of that? You could passively doom scroll. Certainly, you can doom scroll. Because the shorts are made in a way that you don't even have time to note-take or ingest. I can earnestly tell you, even those shorts are informative to me, but not in the sense of what the content that they contain, but an understanding of what it's like to doom scroll or brain rot, if you will. It's crazy that brain rot, the term brain rot, was added to the dictionary recently. Officially, I think it was Oxford. Oxford recently added brain rot. It was the word term of the term of the year. I think brain rot is the term of the 2024's term of the year. Anyways, don't quote me on that because I'm unsure if it was Oxford, but I'm pretty sure it was 2024. Pretty sure, like 60% sure that it was the term of the year, brain rot. And brain rot is not that your brain is literally rotting. It's the content you consume, right, is so rapid that they're preventing you, or they're de-incentivizing you to take notes on it. I'm going to call it take notes. Basically, giving you the opportunity to ask yourself, okay, what did I just see? Is it true? This looks a little suspicious. This part looks... Oh, no, wait, there's a new video. Oh, okay. Well, that cat just did 3 backflips. Wait a minute. Do cats like to do back... Oh, hey, there's a dog video. Nice. That's doom scrolling. The moment you try to form a thought, it's off to the next thing. And some people might say, like, well, what if I had attention deficit? Well, then it gets exacerbated. I do understand that there is predisposition for attention deficit. However, there's also practice for mitigating attention deficit and coping strategies for attention deficit. While there are individuals who may experience a deficit in attention, however, they may not necessarily have an attention deficit. You can't tell it's difficult in this day and age to tell, largely due to the nature that many things are also making you not practice attention extension. Like, there are the activities that most people like to relax to reduces attention, and not in the sense of permanence. So like when people go around say, oh, we're forever with short attention, or I have short attention, that kind of thing, it's very hard to tell because there's no incentive, in my opinion. How do you beat doom scrolling? Make it more like, try to demonstrate, at least try to demonstrate. I'm not sure if it'll work or what it looks like, but try to incentivize what is it like to feel good about having sustained attention? What does it like to feel like studying for 30 minutes instead of 5 minutes? Now hear me out here. That's a big leap. So one, to get to 30 minutes, if say you can only pay attention to something for 30 seconds, try 31 next time, 32, 33, and constantly reinforce what you gain with that extra second or something like that. Right now, the incentive is the shorter, the faster, the more concise you can get your point across, the better. The faster, the shorter, the more efficient. Pretty much largely every technological advance that's advertised most virally is how you can speed up process. That's the name of the game. Life is short, I guess. There's not enough time to do anything, and there's not time to breathe and whatnot, so get faster. What is AI's most attractive? Quality? Make you do more things quicker. Allow you to do more things in a shorter amount of time with less of you doing the things. So soon, even drawing to a lot of people will become not something you can enjoy, but to do. So what is a great way to draw, quote unquote, what is a great way to produce art? Definitely not with your hands or your paintbrush, because that will take too long. You can enter a prompt and say, I did this, and it will give you instant satisfaction and gratification. And that's cool. That feeds the human condition. Do you get joy out of drawing attempting to draw a circle 40 times in a row and it doesn't come out great? Well, no one is telling you it's okay or it's cool that you can do that. No one is telling you, oh, that's impressive, or I want to see you draw 40 circles every single day until the circle is good. There's no celebration of that. There is celebration of someone entering a prompt and say, draw 40 perfect circles, and watch it get drawn on screen, and wow, that's really satisfying. Right? So, is it impressive to, for example, is there any merit to learning Japanese through Duolingo compared to something that's faster, more efficient, and gets you closer to fluency quicker? I have to answer that question every day. So I'm still using Duolingo. So that would demonstrate that I have come to some sort of interesting question, right? Or interesting response. And that created engagement for people who come in and say, dude, why are you still using Duolingo? Or like, dude, what is it that motivates you to have to finish this course? I'm like, it's complicated, but let me try to explain it, because it's more than completing the course. But since you phrased it that way, I want to share some of the other reasons that you might not consider, because people don't explore the act of doing something versus the act of getting the job done. So when you do a hobby, do you only care about what you complete? Because if you do, then I can kind of see how you would be miserable most of the time until you complete something. However, because you focus on completing something as fast as possible, then your focus would be to make the process as fast as possible, right? Meanwhile, I could do something that maybe that same process, only it would take 3 times as long to complete one project. But most of my enjoyment comes from doing the thing and not necessarily completing the project. If it completes, that's great. Like, eventually it'll get completed. However, all the things I discover along the way is incredibly valuable to me as well. So what does brain rot look like in that regards? Using a AI generated model, create a prompt and say, I learned how to draw because I can complete paintings without breaking a sweat. That is the leap of logic when one stops considering anything process oriented and fully embracing goal oriented thinking, right? Now, I'm not saying you don't do goal oriented thinking. I'm saying both. The magic of humans is that doing something creates a potential for emergent properties. And one of them would be critical thinking and problem solving that can get practiced, or note taking, if you will. You start to take notes, you start to observe things and notice things that could be useful or maybe creative or wonderful, the details, when you actually do the things or slow down to observe those things. Regrettably, I think 90% of people's time when they're doing hobbies and voluntary is so fast they wouldn't even know where the time went. Like, what did you do today? Well, I spent 4 hours doom scrolling. Can you tell me something you learned and expressed and feel about in greater detail about the last 4 hours you've done it? It's like, I don't know. There was just a lot of things. I doom scrolled a lot of things. I can't even remember. Maybe there were cats, dogs, someone doing flips, a bunch of cooking things. Do you remember any of the recipes? Do you know if you want, did any of them look delicious? Or something. Give me something. And it would be a blank a lot of times. It would be a struggle. A very, very struggle, to the point where I would pull back. Like, I would step back and say, oh, okay, that's fine. Like, hopefully you had fun, right? The worst is when the doom scrolling show you things. Show you things? Like what, Cozy? You mean like reinforce if you're depressed, and then the doom scroll shows you constantly depressing things only to reinforce how depressed you are? Or you think the world is out to get you, so then it only shows you things about people complaining about how the world is out to get you, and to reinforce everything, so you're locked into a mindset echo chamber that you can't possibly get out of for the day. That's a thing that algorithms can show you. It's a very real one. It's the one that I'm most scared of. I think when I think of raising a little one, one of the scary scenarios that I think of a lot of times is, if my little one is depressed and it's upset about something, what does the algorithm provide for them if I were like really lenient, right? Or like if they had a stupid idea, right, quote unquote stupid idea, maybe a dangerous idea from their friends, and they look it up, and then suddenly TikTok spams them with hundreds of shorts showing how cool it is, and then they go out and do it and they injure themselves. Who is going to take liability for that? Those are the things that I am very worried about. And if it can affect young adults, like 20-year-olds thinking recording their crime of stealing is funny because it makes for clicks and views, I can't even imagine what it's like for someone who's innocent, looking to feel belonging and joining in a community, doing silly things. Or like things that they might not have a chance to think about. No, just a doom scrolling showing stupid stuff on TikTok. Yeah, that's pretty much one of those things. I not to say that there's a place, there's a appropriate place for those content and stuff. How that's being distributed requires some tact, some exposure, moderation. It's difficult. Here's my personal take on therapy right now, or mental health. It's difficult to know if therapy is failing a lot, or the higher rate of therapy is failing due to the deconstructive, antagonistic nature of algorithm-based entertainment. So what I mean by that is, you can ask someone, right? And content creators have to juggle this all the time. On the one hand, the content creation requires that they expend a lot of their mental fortitude in order to produce products. That creates a tax. And then that tax is then countered by seeking and balancing it with therapy, as in like they have counselors and or life coaches or things to balance that tax, right? Content creators do that all the time. Now, with that leads to like some sort of counterbalance. Now you have someone who goes to therapy, for example. Oh, they notice that they have a problem. They go to therapy. How much of that is an uphill battle in counteracting what they do when the therapy stops? Like what I mean is, okay, you go to a session for 30 minutes and then you're trying to, the therapist will attempt to try to instill in some habit formation, lay the groundwork, slightly impact their, like ask them, have you tried doing this? Maybe like one time a minute. That, you know, you have to start somewhere, developing new habit formations in order to create a way for them to self-engage in self-improvement, right? Meanwhile, the accessibility of social media is ubiquitous. So when they leave the office, all that stress and whatnot could trigger a reinforcement towards something that will reinforce all of that. So like, for example, if the person's very sad, say about, we're going to use something maybe a little bit more universal, like say money or keeping a job is very hard. Say keeping a job is very hard, and that's the source of their coping issues right now, balancing so that they can consistently keep a job, right? So they go to the therapist or maybe a life coach, for example, and the life coach offers like some proactive, encouraging words and maybe some healthy routines to allow consistency in viewing the value of a job and what is it to create awareness within the job to keep consistent with job relations. That was like the source of the problem or something. Then they leave, right? They leave the life coach or the therapist and immediately they go online and they're like, the internet says like, hey, you've been searching about problems with jobs a lot. Here's some videos about people complaining about jobs. Oh, it seems like you really resonate with this. Here are another 6 hours worth of people complaining about how their job sucks. And then you start wondering when you come back and, you know, you talk to the therapist and or life coach again, and you hope that they do not feel shame or ways of withholding that they went on TikTok and then they were reinforced over and over again for the next 4 hours that no, it's not their problem. It's not two-party problem. You can sit there and complain about not being able to hold a job instead of being proactive about it. That's kind of how I feel about the dynamics between children and their parents lately. When a parent says something, it's very difficult to know how long of a lasting impact that is if they're not part of their children's social media usage. Like what I mean by that is, yes, you could regulate and prohibit social media use, but the parents are genuinely not interested in understanding the social media content as well. That could be an alternative way. I'm not saying you have to do that, but being present when a person uses social media is another way to do it. Obviously, time, resources, parents are busy and whatnot, but it is so difficult to understand that, make it relevant to language learning, for example. The moment you stop using Duolingo, what are you going to go to do? So when we think about the success of Anki and WaniKani, the moment they say, oh yeah, you should take a breather, go rest, recharge, it's part of SRS, what is the rest going to do? My guess, and this is one, my guess is they're going to go and find out how long it takes to learn something, and find out that there are people who learn things really, really fast with other tools. And then you start thinking, man, I already started Duolingo. Maybe I should drop Duolingo because this is faster. And then, man, WaniKani is kind of slow, actually. Like, it's telling me to wait, and trust them. Yet, I see these people using this tool, and it's like 4 times faster. Should I just quit now? And then they quit a lot of times because social media is very, very advanced at pressing for it. So you might be thinking, well, if they end up saving time overall, that's great. It's like, well, yes, if they do end up doing that. But what did they not do? They did not stick to a thing before even knowing if it's going to work. So you either have a cycle where you constantly try new things and believe nothing works. Cue the person who used Duolingo for 5 minutes and then concluded that you can't learn anything from Duolingo. That has happened. That is a literal example. Or you cue the person who says, I've tried everything and nothing works. And then you start asking yourself, so this is why I asked the first question. That one of the first questions I ask when someone says, oh, what are your advice on language learning? My first question is, what was the last thing you learned? And how long did you worked on it? How long did you worked on that process? And what are the things that you did to stay consistent with that? Because one of the biggest obstacles, I would say one of the top 10 obstacles nowadays, is to create habit formation. And habit formation can be bolstered by many things. One of the things is sentimental investment and sustained attention. And I'm not talking about like sustained attention consecutively. I'm talking about consistent attention across days, weeks, and months, right? And that has to be proportional to the skill that is required, the average skill time it requires. Like if it's a life skill, then it's the ultimate challenge. You have to form a habit, a permanent habit. So the advice would be what was the last time you formed a habit that you do to this day? What is the longest habit that you have that you actively improve and consistently do? Take that habit and couple it with the habit that you're about to start, because it's for a lifetime. If you only plan to play a video game for 30 days, make it proportional to that, right? What is a habit that you did before that you only maintain for like a month? You couple with that exists right now, maybe, that kind of thing. Or you tether it with something you know you can do for an extended amount of time, so that you remember and remind yourself how you start these things in the first place and how you maintain them. Unfortunately, that is not the case when all your viewing styles all your viewing and entertainment makes everything feel like they happen in a snap of a finger. And I'm not immune to that. It's a human condition. Today, when I saw WaniKani and I used it for like 5 minutes and I have to wait till tomorrow, that's really hard. It's still like I feel the twinge of anxiety and like wanting to do more. So my intent, if I were using WaniKani only, I would be very tempted to be like, you know what? They say to trust them, but I don't trust them. And I'm just going to go and do like extra stuff. It can work out, but there's a balance to it, right? There is always constantly trying something new and not sticking to it long enough to know what it's like. And then there is sticking to it so long that you never let anything new in. Now, here's the funny thing. The internet is good at doing the polar opposites, but not anything in between, because there's no moderation. It's if you like something so much, the internet is going to keep you liking that thing so much that you reject everything. And then if you're trying to start something new, you're always going to start something new that it doesn't last long enough to ever change the thing that you love and want to stick to. Hence the bimodal distribution of internet extreme behavior. At least that's my working theory. What are my working theories? You know, there are like, I would say 6 or 7 solid ideas I have that deal with why, how the current state of monetization and industry and stuff created a bimodal distribution of behavior, right? Or the representation online. What I mean is the representation online. So content represents this bimodal distribution. The people are going to be like sort of like this, because there are people who don't behave like this, but they can consume this type of content. Internet thrives on bimodal content, extreme ends, right? However, the people, it's a lot messier, because there are people that are before the internet generation. There are people, you know, completely outside the internet generation. There's other people that struggle with not having access to the internet, that kind of thing. And there are people who have different internets, right? Like the Chinese government, for example. So, however, it goes without saying, this is a trend that is hard to refute. That the internet content is great at causing you to believe in the next trend as fast as possible without blindly following the next trend as fast as possible without considering new thought. And then all the things that are established will be reinforced to the point where you can no longer take in new information. So now you have people who feel like they can live life exactly the way they are forever, while tangentially constantly consuming the new wave of things without ever adding it to their life. So you have a substantial selection for a group of people who are unwilling to change anything to benefit their own life, while also consuming all the new rage trending things without thinking about how they could be part of their new life. Right? When I consume Duolingo and WaniKani, I'm thinking about how it's going to change my life. As in, everything that I do now, how is it going to be part of my life? I'm constantly working at projects that will become building blocks in my life. I'm not using it as how fast can I get to Japanese fluency so I don't have to do it anymore. Like, once I become fluent in Japanese, obviously I just stay fluent in Japanese without having to maintain it or understand fundamentals anymore, because it just happens naturally, right? That's kind of the mindset. And the reason for that being possible is they believe fluency can be achieved with the next great lie. Like, for example, getting fluency in 2 weeks or something. Well, heck, hot dog, it's in 2 weeks. So I'll do this, call it done, and I'll just say I'm fluent in Japanese. I spent 2 months learning Japanese, and sometimes it's even less awareness. It's to the point where I completed this course, now I am fluent in Japanese. Not like thinking about how you test your own personal definition of fluency. Like, what do you consider as fluent? How do you feel about someone else's definition? And no, it's I completed the course, and this product guaranteed that I'd be fluent in 3 months, and therefore I am. I am a good player because the metrics said so. I am now an expert. I am now an expert in creative writing because I completed this one master course. Right? For me, I just completed Duolingo Chinese course. In no way, I have so many questions, even more questions than I have, and I feel great about it. Okay? Like, this is the first step Like, I completed the Duolingo Chinese course. It feels great. Where do I go from here? Because I need more. I need to make it even more part of my life now. Now the unnatural first step or whatever have you has just started. And I love that there's so much more to be done. So much more to learn. Meanwhile, because of social media, in my opinion, especially excess success bombardment, you have people like saying, oh, I just completed this, but I'm not as good as this person. So let's get there. And then, like, so what happens is you get negative feedback from everyone who's always ahead of you, because the YouTube content will tell you what's better. And at the same time, it's a negative thing that you have things to learn and still more things to do with your time, right? I really love language learning. So if I love language learning and there isn't anything to learn about language, if I convince myself there's not any more things to learn about language, then I don't love language learning. Because obviously if someone gets upset that they realize they have a lot to learn about languages and they say they love language learning, that's a little weird. If you love learning language, why are you so upset that there's more to learn? Answer that question. That's kind of a $1 million question on how you can get someone to see that that is a vicious cycle. It's very common. I would say more than 50% of the commentary, oftentimes when we share that initial love for language learning, that the concern of progress and all the huge amount of things you need to learn is spoken like it's a problem, right? If you like language acquisition, I understand. Like, you must love being fluent in a language. I don't think you love language learning. That's it might be a very specific thing that you might want to reconcile, because when I see that it takes I don't know, 2 years to get to the end of WaniKani course, I'm like, man, only 2 years. Well, better make the most of that time, because after those 2 years, I gotta figure out what else am I gonna learn about Japanese. Like in terms of, you know, like what else can I be learning in that 2-year process? Because I like learning. These videos are great at selling lies. What was it? The TikTok marketplace? Was that what they introduced before? Where like now TikTok is where you go to buy stuff? Because like now you go to learn about a product, and then that product itself has a marketplace now. So now people buy TikTok products. And I watched quite a lot of documentaries and essays on comparative product analysis between what is sold on TikTok and other platforms, and then seeing the, I guess, ongoing fact checking between the two platforms. I don't actually know if TikTok has a counter to like long format YouTube content creators, but that stuff is pretty interesting.
3時半
Anjihan. Oh, sorry. I went on way too long of a time. We're fine.
おととい
Okay. Let's farm for some spots.
6歳
Yokusai. Sai is kind of weak.
5 1日に
1日。Oh, 1日。
い
に
におととい4日間
4日。Dang it. That's fine. 4日間。
4日間
I said 4時間。
1日に日
日
曜日
曜日。毎朝。
毎
おととい、
おととい。Oh, come on. Sorry. Hmm. え
近い
はい。近い
1日に
に
6つ
6つ。
おととい
おととい。何人
何人
Alright. I promise. I promise we're gonna get some of these. What? There's. Oh, I see a little bit.
土曜日、
土曜日。
洗濯
Well played. 洗濯。
洗濯
That's actually how I remember it.
ど、り、よ、り、
Oh wait.
ど、
金曜日
金、何曜日、
曜日。
洗濯、
900。wait. 900。900。
900
何曜日
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 洗濯
100歳。
100歳
仕事。
仕事
洗濯
洗濯。
土曜日、
土曜日。
ど、曜日、
3歳。
3歳
3歳。洗濯。
洗濯
水曜日。
水曜日100
100
歳
歳。500。
500
500。
日曜日
曜日。曜。
6日
6日。6日。
300
300。
200
200。
何曜日
何曜日
洗
濯。火曜日。
洗濯、
Oh. 濯。洗濯。Okay. That's gotta be the last one, right? Oh, it's that one. Okay, never mind. 3日間。
3日間
おととい。
3日間
3日間。おととい。
おと
3日間。
3日間じじ
Sorry.
かかん
おととい
おととい。
3日間
週末。
週末
週末。
1日におととい
日曜日。
おととい
おととい。ね
3日間
だから
おととい
おととい。
金曜日
金曜日。
100歳
100歳。
ね
猫。
3日間3日間
今週末。
今週末3
3
月
月。
3日間土曜日 おととい。
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 開。
はい。
2時。
2時。
3日間。
韓国人。韓国人。
韓国人。
韓国人。Okay. All right. There it is. Okay. 昨日。
昨日。
Let me guess. おととい。Yeah.
昨日。
昨日 and おととい。
おととい。
昨日
おととい。
5日。
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 昨日。おととい。
毎日。
毎日。3日。
おととい。
買います。
買います。わ。買います。
おととい。
おととい。
昨日。
昨日。
汚い。
ない。
車。
昨日。
あ、whoops。
2日。
2日。
おととい。
10日。
10日。
Oops.
10日。
8日。
8日。昨日。
おととい。
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 英語。
英語。
おととい。
おととい。
20日。
20日。20日。
9000。
9000。
昨日。
昨日。
Alright. Did we get it? Did we get it? Nice. Alright, moving on to the next one. Let's do these. Tsuma. Oya?
おや。
Tsuma. Tsuma. Oya?
妻。人。
Ototo.
弟。
Is today a review day? Yeah, it's we'll see how long it goes. Yeah, today is the review day. We're just going the first day today. We're gonna write down any of the kanji that we're weak on.
彼。
Kare.
おや。
So it's gonna be a potpourri of as many things as possible.
妻
Although I kind of just ranted for 3 hours just now and did nothing.
親
But yeah.
妻。
So we're starting back up
Tsuma.
again. Tsuma.
妻。
So feel free. Tsuma, Otto. No. Yeah, Otto.
夫。
Otto.
親。
Oya.
人。
Ane.
姉。
親。
Oya. Yeah, it's gonna be this for the next 7 days. Ish. We're gonna give it a week. Gotta cover out 100 days of potpourri.
親。
彼。
Kare.
夫。
Otto.
妻。 子。
Ko.
親。
Oya.
子。
Ko.
姉。
Ane.
妻。
Tsuma.
彼。
Kare.
親。
Oya. All right. Let's fill in these pips. Oh, we filled in one. Nice. Yoshin.
両親
Oh, they went with Tsuma. Oh my goodness. Oh my. All right.
親戚。
Shinseki. parent. Oh yeah, it's okay, fine.
親戚
Actually, shinseki might be a weak one. I'll write that. 父親、
姉、
下、
下、
親、
親、
し、せ、
親戚、
親、
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 親戚、
okay.
両
両
親
親、
親戚、
え
え、
え、
親、
親、
兄、
兄、
親、
not quite. Oh, I should write this down too. ご在宅。ご在宅。Take it as go. Oh, go shujin, go shujin. Go shujin is a weak one.
ご主人、
ご主人、
ご
ご
在宅、
在宅、ご主人。These ones have been weak because we haven't used them in so long. And whenever they come up, I'm like, what is that read? You know the definition, like you know what it is, or like I know what the word means, but I got a tough time sometimes. 洗濯、
洗濯、ご
ご
主人、
主人、
ご在宅、
掃除、
掃除、
家族、
家族、
家族 is kind of a
ご在宅、ご、
ご在、
在宅、
ご主人、
ご主人、
ご在宅、
時々、
時々、両
両
親、
親、
ご主人、ご在宅、
在宅、
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 ご主人、ご、
ご主人、
し、じ、
仕事、oops,
仕事、
祖母、
祖母、ご在宅、買い物、ご
ご
主
主人、
ご、在、宅、
ご主人、
主人、
ご在宅、両親、
両親、
買い物、
買い物、
掃除、
掃除。All right, let's fill them in. Ooh, that one.
左、
Okay, hidari. Where are you going with it? Zaitak. That's a bit of a stretch.
ざ、左、
左、
I can kind of see it.
在宅、在宅、
3日、
Mika,
5、
go,
え、
hidari,
在、
zaitaku.
ご在宅、
Okay,
左、
hidari. Okay,
在宅、
who? 9人.
9人、
Okay.
上、
左、
左、
隣。
隣、
隣、nah, we're fine with it.
左、
台所、
台所。
猫、
猫。
左、私、
私。
ざ
I do need terms to practice for tomorrow, so I gotta be
在宅、
fairly liberal. Just whichever one. I think, nah, let's add tonari. Tonari requires a writing refresher for sure. 1000人?
1000人、
Okay. No change. 1000人。
ご主
主人。1000人。
千人、主人、
主人。Whoops.
主
Ah!
人、
Oh, you little buttheads!
100人、9人、ご主
主人。
5、主、じ、
Okay.
1000人、
1000.
千。
に。
ご主人、
ご主人。
ご主人、
8人。
8人、
Okay, no change. Okay. Fair enough. 10人。
10人、
No change either.
9人、
1000人。Okay. Okay. 祖母。Okay. 主人。
主人、
祖母。祖母。
祖母、
主人。写真。
写真、
400。
400、100人、祖母、主人、
主人。
祖母、
主人。
祖母、
祖母。
10人、主人、
主人。Oops, that's not it. Ah!
主人、両親、ご主人、
主人。Oops,
ご主人、
dude.
祖母、
祖母。
主人。
10人、写真、祖母、主人、
学生。
家族、
家族。
主人、
主人。
祖母、
祖母。
10人、
10人。親切。親鉄。
親戚、
親戚. Yeah, that's definitely Shinseki. Keep forgetting about Seki. Oh man. Seki. It's definitely a weak one. Been a weak one for a while. Come on.
夫、
Otto.
主人、
Oh, okay. Okay.
夫。
主人、主
Ah,
人、
I see what you did there. Okay.
右、夫、
Otto.
色、
8
8
歳。
歳、
8歳。
主人、
主人。
主人、
Okay.
夫。
肉、花、8分、主人、主人、 夫、
夫、
主人、
主人。
夫、
夫。
800、
800。
4、
All right. We're knocking them out. 10,000.
万人
Banin. Oh, yeah. Oh, it sounds like Banin, but. Hmm.
ご主人
Maybe I should write that too. 外国人。
外国人、9
9
人、
人。
10
10
人、
人。
万人、
万人。
ご主人、
人。
5、
万人、
万人、
Yeah, 万人。
ご主人、
It kind of sounds like Ban, but Ban is because Man, the could end up being kind of close, like, yeah.
ご主人、
ご主人、
100人、
We'll leave it for now. I didn't really look into it that hard.
外国人、万人、
8人。
8人、
住んでいます。
住んでいません。主人。
主人、
主人、
住んでいます。
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 主人主人
I see you.
住んでいます。食べます。
話します。
話します。
8月。
8月、
Okay.
主人、
主人。
ご主人
え
住んでいます
住んでいます。
住んでいます
Oh. Wrong one. That's why they're there.
主人、
That's why they do it.
住んでいます。
と言います。8時。
8時、書き、
書きます。
住んでいます。
ご主人、
主人。
800、
800。
住んでいます。
住んでいます。
買います。
買います。休みます。
休み、
主人、
住んでいます
Alright. Still going. Not a lot, man.
9人、
9人。
ご主
主人。9人。1人。
1人、9人、 5
5
人、
人。
主人、ご
ご
主
主人。
5、9人、
9
ご主人、
万人。10人、
Oh,
10人、
oh my gosh. 10人。
9人、ご
ご
主人、9
9
歳、
歳。Thanks, Dojo. Okay. 祖父。祖父在宅。
在、
祖父。祖父
祖父、
在宅。
仕事、100人、 祖父
Oh no. シューマイ。
姉妹
姉妹。Okay. はい。
在
宅。
祖父
祖父。Okay. 在宅。
祖父
祖父。
祖父
Okay.
ご在宅100人
彼女。
彼女祖父在
宅。
在宅た
Sorry, just checking time. 今回
今回在宅
息子。
息子
あ
息子
Oops.
祖父
I looked at the second box as I was doing it.
10
そ
10人
10人。
在宅
在宅。
祖父ご在宅
ご在宅。
主
主人。Okay. People? Alright. That's pretty good.
6人
6人. So not too much change with the nin counter. 主人。6人。
100
100
人
人。1人。
1人8人主人
6人。
6人
6
We gotta get a little bit faster.
9人
9人。
主人8人1000人
6人。6人。Alright, still got one more. Of course. 8人。
8人
主人。8人。
4人
4人。That's one of the ones. Yeah, 4人。
主人
8
8月5人
8人。主人。
主8人
8
主人
3人4人
8歳。
8歳
8
8
人。
人
主人。We're fine. Oh my gosh, still one more exercise? What the?
100人
Oh gosh, I didn't even read. I'm so triggered already.
1人
1人。
主人
10
10人
人。
1000人
100人。
1000人
1000
主人
8人10人主人万人千
1000人。1000人。Okay. Is that it? Oh, it doesn't even move anymore. What the heck, dude? Are you covering every single number? Oh boy. Shijin, what is it now? Oh. Oh.
Go
That's
shoot.
Shijin. Alright, fair enough. Shijin.
5人ご主人主人100人4
4
人
人。
5主主人ご主人
主人、
一
一人、ご主人、5人、
外国人。外国人。Ah, there it is. Okay, okay. There's still... Okay. お父さん。
お父さん、
And probably, what? Tofu? Yeah, Tofu.
お父さん、
お父さん。Tofu. お父さん。
お父さん。3、
あ、
祖父、
Tofu.
100人。祖父、お
お
母さん、
母さん。Whoops.
お母さん、
I don't want to talk about it.
お父さん。
お父さん。お姉さん。
お姉さん、
祖父。
祖父。
10枚、
10枚。
お父さん、娘、
え、
祖父、
祖父。son? No, no. 3は
3冊、
Sansatsu. Oh gosh, I don't remember the Satsu. Satsu counter. Oh boy.
お父さん。
Otosan.
お父さん。
祖父、お父さん、
息子。
息子、お
お
兄
兄さ
さん、
ん。お母
お
さん。
母
祖父。
お父さん、
お父さん。
痛い、
痛い。痛い。
1冊、
一冊。
祖父、
祖父。
せ、
千。Okay. Do we finally cover it? Oh, it's down there. Dang.
祖母。
祖母。祖父。
祖父。
That's 祖母。
お父さん、
ん。
祖父、8分、
8分。
先週、祖母、
祖父。
ふ、
祖父。
祖母。
そう。
そ、
祖父。
う。
お父さん、
お父さん。Whoops. 祖母。
東京、
Okay.
8日、祖父、
Okay. All right. Now we just got these. Let's go. お母さん。
お母、
Okay. 祖母。
祖母。
お母さん、お兄さん、
あ。
お
祖母。
祖母、
母さん。
お母さん。
お母さん。
お
か、
さん。
祖母、祖母、
Oh no. 席。Right. 親戚。
親戚、
親戚。Oh no. 奥さん。奥さん。
奥さん、
奥さん's fine. Actually, for where it really sticks out. 奥さん really sticks out.
お
お母
母さん、
さん。
祖母。
祖母。お
おに、
兄さん。
祖母。そ、
6回、
6回。
先生、
先生。
お母さん、
お母さん。
10分、
10分。
祖母、
祖母。
お母さん。おか、
お兄さん、
ん。
祖母、
Mago. Omago-san?
お孫さん、
Oh, okay. Do I need Omago? No.
お母さん、
That's pretty recognizable.
家族、
Kazoku.
祖母
Sobo.
祖母
タナ、
Ana.
祖母、
Sobo.
東、
Yashi.
10月、
10月.
お母、
Okasan. Okay. These are not completing very quickly, huh? Chichi. Chichi. Tofu. Chichi.
祖母、
Sobo.
母、
Haha.
祖父、
Tofu.
犬、
Inu.
父、
Chichi. So. Tofu.
父、
祖父、
Chi. Aida.
間、父、
Chichi. Oh,
Chichi.
come on.
Otou-san.
Otou-san.
祖父、
Tofu.
ひ、
Come on. Dad and my dad. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
母、
Haha. Oh, Sobo. Haha.
祖父、
Tofu. Ume.
海、
Umi. Dude, slow down a little. Umi.
祖母、
Sobo.
母、
Haha.
つ、
Tsuma.
母、
祖母、
Eh?
祖母、母、
Haha. Oh my.
Haha.
They did it again.
Eh.
Okasan. Oh. Actually. This is Yoku. Yoku. I think Yoku. They want to do Yoku. The heck is Yoku? Is it not Yoku?
横、
Yoko. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we gotta add Yoko. That's like Tonari. Okay.
お父さん、
Oto-san.
祖父、
買いま。
買いますす。
お父さん、
Oto-san. It keeps doing that.
父、
Chichi.
新しい。祖父、
Tofu. Gotta
お
look.
父さん、
Gotta read. Oh, Oto-san.
お、
祖父、
乗ります。
乗ります。
小さい。
祖
祖父
父。
祖母、
お
お父、
父さん。Okay. Oh boy. お
お母、
母さん。そば。祖母、なそば。祖母。お母さん。
お
お
母さん、
母さん。
電話します。
す。
祖父、
読みます。
読みます。祖母、
祖母。Okay. 祖母。
お母さん
Okay.
お母、
祖母、
Okay.
お母さん、祖母、京都、
京都。
見ます。母、
母。Okay. We gotta do this. 父親。父親。 親。祖父。
父親
Okay. 父親。祖父。Okay.
父親。
親。
父親
祖父
祖父。
父親
親
親戚
戚。
祖父
祖父。
両親100
100人。
祖父。
6
6。
祖父
祖父。
9つ
9つ。A good one.
父親
口。
父親親
Excuse me.
両親
両親。
祖母
祖母。
祖父100
100
人
人。父親。
祖父
水曜日
水曜日。
祖父
祖父。Oops.
祖父
What am I doing?
800
800。
父親中
中山。Come on. Okay. 両親。
両
父親。
両親
父親。
父
両親。
両親
父親父親ご主人家族父親親戚両
両親。
父親
3
3。
両親
両親。
父親誰
誰。
妻
妻。
両親
OK。母親。
母親家族父親両親
うん
親
親戚。
父親父
日本
日本。
3個
3個。
両親
両親。
父親
父親。
前
前。Alright. Hit me up with that golden bar. Oh.
お父さん
お父さん。父親。お父さん。
祖父電話します休みます父親
父親。Dang
父
you!
親お
お
父
父さん。Sorry.
父親
Wait. 父親。
お父さん。
お父さん。父親。
父親祖父お父さん大きい帰
帰ります。はいOh, there's still one more. Okay. 父。Okay, 父。
父親
親。
父目
目。
鳥
鳥。
祖父
祖父。父親。
父
親。父親。
父
Okay.
父親。
東。
東
東。
川
川。
父
父。
父親、親、
Okay. Give me that pip. There it is. Okay. Nananin? Really? Hahaoya.
母親、
7人
Nananin, really? Okay.
7人
Nananin. I guess Jinin sounds kind of meh. Hahaoya. Okay.
母親、父親、3人、7人、6人、
7人。7
7 分
Oops.
7人、父親、
1
1人、
4人、
4人、7人、母、
母親、
母親。親。
2人、
2人、
7人、母親、万人、
父親、
7人
7人、5人、
5人、
6人、
6人、
母親、
母親、父親。Okay. Give me that pip. Oh, okay. Oh, that was actually pretty good.
母
Oh my. Yes, yes. They wanted to make a difference between mom and mother. Yes.
母
Oh yeah. Oka-san.
お母さん、
Oka-san.
書きます。 両親、
両親、
母親と言い、
と言います。
母。親。
お母さん、
お母さん母親
母親、
母親、お母さん、両
両
親、
親、
行きます。
見ます。
おか
Give me those gold bars. No.
母
母親。Right. 母、
犬、
犬。
父親、母親、
西。
西、母、
母。
親。母親。母親。
母。
Ugh, that was awful. My bad.
母、
母親
両親、
右。
右、母、母
母
親、
親。
花、
話。Okay. It's there. 母親。
母、
Last one.
祖母
母親、
母親。
母、
母親
親。
母親
祖母、
What time is it? Okay. 祖母。
祖母、母親、
We're gonna study and bootstrap as review as much as we gonna give time. Minus all the digressions. 親戚。
親戚、ご主人、家族、
家族。I'll be more focused tomorrow, I think.
祖母、
祖母。 ぼ
famous last words.
今夜、
今夜。
500、
500. Do I want to include 今夜? Yeah. Onya.
500
500.
今年
Kotoshi.
祖母
Sobo.
母
Hahaoya.
母親
Hahaoya.
母お
父親
Chinseki.
親戚 祖母
Sobo.
母親ご主
Goshujin.
祖母
Sobo.
ぼそ
Oops.
そ
Give me both of
8
them.
日
Yoka.
祖母
Sobo.
後ろ祖母後ろ
Ushiro. I might include Ushiro. Ushiro.
母親
Oh yeah. Hondana.
本棚
Kind of being a little liberal. Alright, last one. Okay. Yoya. Hahaoya. Okay.
親
Oya.
親戚 母親 父
Chichi. Chichioya. Hahaoya.
母、
Haoya.
父親
Chioya. Oya.
父
Oya.
母親
Oya.
父親 親
Oya.
母親
Hahaoya.
親戚 祖母
Bobo. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. What else we got? What else we got? Oh, this is not too bad. Let's go. 2年生.
2年生
Okay, 2年生. 誕生.
誕生
誕生.
2年生
2年生.
に
誕生.
誕生
2年生.
2年
2年生年
誕生
Anjo. I remember when Nen and Sei next to each other. It's like, which one's which?
誕生
Anjo.
2年生
11時。
11時
11時。11時。
誕生
好物。
好物
好物。4時間。
4時間
誕生
誕生。
誕
生。
生
3週間
3週間。
2年生
年生。
誕生
誕生。
何曜日
何曜日。
天気
天気。
2年生、
2年生。
年、
3時半。
3時半
3時半。3時半。
誕生
今回。
今回日
日
本語
本語。
2
2
年
年生。
誕生
誕生。
誕生
Okay.
日本語
日本語。
3個
3個。
何枚
何枚。
2年生
2年生。
誕
誕生。Oh. What? Oh. I hit the T instead of... Oh, I hit the Y instead of the T. Exchange student. 留学生。
留学生
留学生。誕生日。留学生。
誕生日。先生。何曜日。
学校。
学校。
留
留学
学生。誕生日。誕生日。
留学生
The what? Oh, right.
留学生
誕生日
誕生日。
誕生日。先生。
何年生。
何年生。留学生。
平日。
平日。
Oh, come on. 火曜日。9つ9日 ?No. Yeah?
9日。
いや、9日。火曜日。日曜日。
火曜日。
今日。
8日。
9
9
日。9日。
ここ
火曜日
か。
よ
よ。
9日
平日。平日。
平日。
9日。
火曜日。日曜日。日曜
土曜日。They barely move.
明日
明日。
9日。
9日。明日。
明日。
明日。Oh, uh,
あさって。
あさって。あさ。あさ。あ。Okay.
あさって。
Show up. I'm definitely. Oh, maybe it's. No. Alright. I'll have to look at it.
10日。あさって。
Oh, it's Asate. Okay.
10日。
Okay. 7日。
7日。
7日。9日。
9日。
ここか
明日
明日。
9日
明日。 あさって。7日、9日、日。9月、
9日、
9月、9月、
9月9月
9日、こ、今月、来月、9月、あさって、9日、
9日。か、
9月、9月1日、東京、黒い、9日、
9月。9月。
9日、9月、来月、火曜日、先月、9日、ここか、しょっぱい、晩ご飯、2日間、9月、9日、今月、9月、
毎月。
9月、9月、毎月、
9月、9月、
毎月、毎月、3ヶ月、先月、来月、9月、毎月、9月、4日、お子さん、橋、毎月、
9月。9月。
今月10ヶ月9月3ヶ月毎月
毎月
9月何欲しい3枚毎月
Whoops. I don't know how long I muted myself there. Hello? Hello? Ready, set, oh. Ready, set, oh. Nannichikan, right? Nannichikan. 9日。
ここ
何日間。
9日日
日
本語
本語。明日。何日間。あさって。
あさって
9日。9日。
何日間
何日間。
何日間
9日
何日間
20日。
20日
Fine.
何年生
2日。
2日9
9日。I get 2 for the price of 1. Ready, set, go. Nice. Okay. 学生。
誕生
Oh, that's an interesting one.
学生先生誕生何年生誕
誕生日。
誕生学生
学
誕生
何年生
何年生 Whoops. 留学生。
誕生4
4
年生
年生。Yeah, 4年生。Or actually 4年
学
学生。I don't think there's a in it. Alright, now we're getting to some sus territory. However, I need a quick bathroom break. Boy howdy. Oh boy. Boy oh boy oh boy. Okay. Let's do some of this. What do we have? In items. Tokidoki.
時々
Alright. Tokidoki. Ude doke. Ude in ude doke is rough. Ude. Ude do.
腕時計。
時々
Tokidoki. Ude doke.
腕時計
Tokidoki.
時々
Doki.
とど
腕時計
Ude doke. 洗濯。
洗濯
飛行機。
飛行機
飛行機。
腕時計
鉱
鉱物
物。
時
々。
腕時計
腕時計。
腕
腕
どけ
母親
母親。Oh my gosh.
時々
時
近い
近い。
今週
今週。
時々
時々。
とど
今回時々腕時計
自転車。
自転車
在宅。
腕時計
腕時計。
腕時計
時。お
鏡
鏡。
冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫。鏡。No, that's fine. 冷蔵庫。
時々
時々。
腕時計
腕時計。
に
日曜日。Alright. 4日間。
4日間
Oh, 4
4時
時間。Just kidding. That's 4 days. 4時間。腕時計。4時間。4時間。
腕時計
1週間。
何時間
4日間。
4
4
時
時間。
腕
4時間
よ
時間。
腕時計。
4日間何日間
何日間。Dang it.
4時間。
腕時計。
腕時計
会計。
会計
Okay. Nope, still going. Oh no? Oh, hoka.
他
もの。他。
もの服棚他
誰。
もの
もの。
他
もの
もの。
誰もの他鏡
鏡。
え
他
もの、
机、
机、何、橋、
橋、
他、
Okay.
皿、
皿、
他、
他、
誰、
誰、
もの、
物、
棚、
うん。
買い物。
買い物、
財布、
財布、
財
財布、買い物、
かいも買い物
財
財布
財布、
財布、
Oops.
財布、
財布。Okay.
帰ります。帰ります。
I don't want to talk about it. Oh, this one's a little bit not it con. Kekon is
結構、
oh kekko, not kekon. Kekko is one that I could miss. Pretty rare.
買いま。
買いますす。
食べ、
食べます。
財布、
財布。
買います。
買います。
か、いま、
果物。
果物、
果物。荷物。
荷物、財布、買い物、今月、
買い物
買い
9日、
9日。
建物、
建物。建物さ。
買い物、財布、
荷物。
財布。
時計。時計。
時計、
腕時計。
時計、と
腕時計。時計。
時計
時計。
腕時計、
腕時計。
腕時計、
電気。
電気、時
時
計、
計。飛行機。布団。
布団、
腕時計
腕時計。
腕時計
7、
7。
腕時計、
腕時計。
お店、
お店。
時計、
時計。9つ。
9つ、
時計、
時計。
時計、
飛行機。茶碗。
茶碗、
茶碗。
腕時計、布団、
時計。
腕時計。腕、ど、計。
dang it. 時計。時計。
腕時計、韓国、
韓国。
時計、
時計。時計。
何時間、
何時間。
早、
早い。Okay. I think we complete this group. It'll be okay. Oh man. Yeah, I really slacked off so hard. filling this stuff. Boy. Okay.
時計
Okay. 腕
腕
時
時計
計。腕時計。Okay. Okay. 会計。
会計時計
Okay.
何時間4時腕時計
腕
時計。腕時計。
時計
時計腕時計
What? Oh.
会
Okay.
計
会計。
会計
会計。
何
何
時
時
時計4時腕
腕
時計
時計。No more, please. 重い。軽い。
軽い
No, I think we're fine. 重い。
重い
軽い。Oops.
重い軽い高い
早い。
遅い
遅い。Oh, whoa. Why was I thinking 早い? Oh no, because I was thinking the opposite. 遅い。
古い
重い
重い。
重
軽い。
軽い
重い
重い。I don't remember you. Oh, wait. It's weak. I don't remember you.弱い. Okay, we'll add that.
弱い重い軽い高い
汚い。
汚い
軽い高軽い
重い
赤い。赤い。
古い早い軽い
軽い。
おい重
軽い重い
重い。
安い
安い。
悪い
悪い。
弱
弱い。Okay. We have 6 minutes. Okay. 食べ物。
食べ物
荷物。
食べ物
食べ物。
た
荷物。
に
食べ物。
食べ物
荷物
牛乳。
荷物電気。寿司食べ
物。
荷物
荷物。
に
食べ物
食べ物。
3週間
3週間。
荷物
荷物。
2日間
2日間。40分。
40分
食べ物
食べ物。
べ
本棚昼ごはん荷物荷物食べ物朝ご
朝ごはん。
荷物 に、持つ。
荷物、
荷物。
食べ物、
食べ物。
3日間、
3日間。
建物、
建物。建物。
黄色い、
お布団。財布。ああ I hit 布団 twice.
財布、
何分
3
3
分、
分 Yeah 3分いい人気
人気、8
8
分、
分
布団、
財布
布団、
布団
ふと財布
布団、財布、勉強、新聞、
孫娘
孫娘、
財布
さ
OK 荷物
荷物、
物
も、
荷物
好物、荷物、物、買い物、
果物
荷物、
荷物持つ
に
持つ
物、
物
物、好物、荷物、食べ物、
建物Give me them pips
子犬、
子犬
上部。
上部お
上、
上
部、
子犬
子犬
犬、
丈夫
上部
上
犬、大
大
阪、
阪
丈夫、
大学
大学、
大雨
大雨、
大雨
丈夫、
Oops
犬
う、
犬、
大きな、大阪、犬、
大変
大変、丈夫、
子犬、
丈夫、
丈夫
子犬、
子犬
7時、
7時
大学、
大学7分
7分、
丈夫、
all right. I think we're gonna switch gears here. So what have I discovered? I have to really brush up on my time vocabulary. So let's see. How do we group these? We have lid. We have Eijitsu. Eijitsu Asatte. Asatte. And then we have some family stuff. Was it this? Yeah, it was this. Shinseki. Shinseki. And then some auxiliary word. Some auxiliary phrase. Whoops. Kozai. Kozai taku. Although this gets bolstered by Chinese. We'll do here. Shujin. I totally didn't remember Shujin. Oh, no. Just kidding. I was thinking of the wrong character. So Shujin. And position stuff. Position, we'll place it over here. So Tonari. Or family members. She might. Right. She might. Counter. Setsu. Setsu counter. Satsu? Setsu. Setsu? Oh, it's Satsu, not Setsu. For the counter for books. Okay. And we have Yoko, which is position as well. Yoko. Konya. Do Konya up here. Wait. I don't actually. Is it like that? Oh, no, it's not. Konya. Position again. Ushiro. Yeah, Ushiro. Oops. Wrong character. Shiro. Oh no, wait. Was this Asate or is this Asate? Oh no, this is wait. Oh no. No, this is not Asate. Oh, this.
IME, never saving. Not really. Yes, of course. Isho is very terrible at taking phrases. With the in it, ototoi, right? Ototoi, dang it, ototoi, and then asate is okay. Then we have Konski. Konski. Oh no, not Konski. Kongetsu. Konski. Kongetsu, and then Maitsuki. Maitsuki. Hashi? Where are we gonna throw Hashi? Just gonna throw Hashi over here. The heck is in the middle of Hashi? Is it? Oh, probably like this. Oh, I think there's a stroke here, right? It's like closer. Hashi. It's a little tiny stroke. Yes, there. Stroke. Oh, okay. Write this again. Hashi. Udedoke. Wait. Yes. And then do. And ke. Actually, not that bad. Okay. And then hit ko. Hit ko. So place it here. Okay. And ko. Actually, ko is not too bad. Right. Then it's a he. Hit ko. And then yowai. Oh, yowai. Ugh. A little bit deformed. Okay. It's okay. How many is that? 3, 5. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 18. That's good enough. 18 is pretty decent. Well, let's throw in to make it a good 20, right? Let's keep a good 20. What else can I think of? Maybe a pair like Don and Saifu. So Saifu.
Oh, I almost hit the same shuriken. So sai fu. Oh yeah, that is a good one, huh? Wait. Yeah, and then futon. Oh wait. Oh no. No. I think it's huh. I'm not sure if that stroke order is fine for now. That makes 20. Going with 20. For tomorrow. It's not great. It's pretty random. There's not a lot of connections with everything. We have like an adjective, a group of positions, a group of time related things, some relational stuff like members, a counter, an adjective, and like random objects, right? Oh, well, I guess we can throw this up here and these two up here, and then random objects. Objects. There you go. All right. So that's a wrap for our review for today. Not sure how this is going to turn out because I'm not working on my constructs at all. I was thinking of doing a lot more of this. Maybe for half the days, we'll do this for another 2 days and then we start working on our constructs again. How high are we supposed to go? What was our last unit? 78? I think we can get through this stuff. Get a pretty good review of all the patchy things. Yeah. Doable. We'll see how far we get in 2 days. Alright. That's a wrap for our Japanese. Thanks for hanging out, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Review is necessary at all parts of time. Now we're getting into the struggles. Definitely notice a lot of patchiness. Reading, hearing is obviously not the point here. It's more constructively voicing, like everything has to come together as opposed to providing additional. When reading and listening is combined, this stuff is still there, which that's fine, but we're trying to find where either reading fails the sound or sound fails the reading, right? When you have both and visual aids and context, that usually is fine. I think when you practice, it is nice to practice when all of those things are present. That's usually the case most of the time. However, this is kind of a nice way to see how, if my reading is meh, and my writing is meh, or my reading or my listening is meh when it comes to very particular vocabulary here and there, right? Kind of ideally, in a sense, one should be sufficient, trying to minimize it. And then we'll go back to our constructs, which then provides a lot more context, or provides a lot more context clues when you get started. Right, and so until next time, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna switch gears now. We're gonna take a quick stretch, walk around a little bit, hydrate a little bit. I'll be back for the Chinese review of stuff. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 196. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第190，就是6天 ，Oh my gosh， 1、2、3、4、4、5、6 ，Yeah， 6。Oh, and it's 9 or is it 9? We're already rusty after one day. Hold on. 9. 9 yeah 9 wrong tone 9 6 天 right. Okay, let's do our review. So now we are doing our daily refreshes, right? Once we do our daily refreshes, I'm just we're in the process of mining. Basically, we're finishing up all these exercises. All these exercises, try to collect as many. I didn't check how far back 100 days is. I feel like it's probably close to -30. So if this is unit 11, so 11. We have no recalls now. We're doing review 46. So 11. Go back to like section close to section 235. How far does this go? How far did we What? I dropped some back in 33. It's probably here. Three things together? Yeah, WaniKani doesn't last very long at the moment. Today's WaniKani thing was 5 minutes. Not yet. Wow. That's kind of... Whoa. Okay. We'll see. And then now let's look at our personalized practice. Oh, these are just one personalized practice each. Oh, that's interesting. We'll see how this turns out.
他的中文像你的一样好。
他的中文像你一样好。Okay.
我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。我的 Did they really say 我的 or 我弟弟？弟弟。我弟弟像 Oh, there is no 的。But 我弟弟像妈妈呢？妈妈一样。Or 一样喜欢穿黄衣服。黄衣服，我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。喜欢穿黄衣服。
蛋糕被狗吃了。
蛋糕被狗吃了。By the Doge.
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
手机被手机被我弟弟用坏了。我的手机被 被弟
弟
弟用坏了，
用坏
用坏了 ，whoops， 用坏了
了。
啊！手机被我的，Oh come on！ Oh, they didn't even say whose cell phone it was, just the cell phone. I
如
see.
果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
诶，如果你们一直
我直
往前走，就会到公园。
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
一直为什么你一直笑？
为什么你一直
在笑？
在笑？
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
你不要介绍你不需要介绍，我认识他。Oops.
我给你介绍，这是我最好的朋友。我
给你介绍。我给你介绍。这是我最好这是我最好的朋友。
这是我
最好的朋友。
下个月我的学校有聚会。
下个月我的学校有聚会。喂，我
下个月我的学校有聚会。
聚会，the heck was 聚会？Oh, it's the other way to say party. 聚会，下个月我的学校有聚会。
为什么我们在端午节吃粽子？
为什么我们在端午节吃粽子？I kind of know. There's no the for it. I want to say the there. Have you ever eaten a 你吃过粽子吗？
月饼，你吃过
粽子
吗？ 昨天我去了公司的春节聚会。
昨天我去了公司的春节聚会。昨天春节the heck? Oh, I guess it could be yes. 昨天春节是 Oh, I like how they're combining. Yeah, I remember they do that combining stuff. 春节是中国的最大的节日。
春节
是
中国
最大的节日。
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
Okay, you heckin' nondescript.
手机被
Oh, there's one stroke there I can see. Oh, 手机被
我的弟弟
用坏了。Oh, you can do a legendary challenge on these? That's a little weird. Intriguing.
我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。
Oh no. It's the same unit. I was thinking all of them would be different units. Interesting. So they stuck with the same unit. Maybe they come in pairs, because this is the reverse now. We haven't done any of these daily refreshes yet. Don't know how the organization works.
蛋糕被狗吃了。
Yeah, so it's the reverse. Okay.
春节是中国最大的节日。
Okay, so the second of the personalized practice is the reverse of the... So they're paired up, probably. Because what? There's two... Actually, I'm not sure, because there's an odd number. Right? Yeah, there's an odd number. Unless the last one is the pair for the third pair. Intriguing. Okay, not exactly the same, but same units. Same units.
春节在
春节
中国人
喜
欢中国人喜欢中国喜欢
中国人喜欢在春节穿 Oh, we don't have position.
穿红
衣服
舒服
舒服
衣服的
红的衣服。
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。 中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
Oh, it's after the time.
我的狗一直在生病。
我的狗一直在生病。Oh, okay, never mind. It's by coincidence. But it's still the same unit. And it looks like they're taking the 2 pools like the regular personalized practice. So but they picked 2 back to back from the same unit cluster. That's interesting.
春节是
中国的最大的节日。
最大节日。手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
为什么
你
一直
在笑？
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
Right.
我给你介绍，这是我最好的朋友。我给你介绍。这是我
最好的朋友。
下个月我的学校有聚会。
下个月我的学校有聚会。Reunion works.
下个月我的学校有聚会。
他的中文像你的一样好。
Oops.
他的
中文
像你一样好。
像你的一样好。
他的中文像你的一样好。
Okay. All right. Let's see if they swap it up. Oh boy. Yeah, friends quest. Let's keep on.
他的中文像你的一样好。
It's the same unit times 4? Huh. Interesting.
我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。
Okay, that might be a little too much for a personalized practice or like a daily refresh. But I can see what they are doing now. So they're going from day to day, but all of the units revolve around the same one. Interesting.
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
Maybe by chance to cover all the prompts, but that's a lot. That's a lot of the same. So how do we make this work? So we focus on a separate component.
“为什么？你一直在笑？”
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
So we could like do a listen a speech. We could focus on different things as we're practicing. Refreshing. 4 times, separated in 4 times.
蛋糕被狗吃了。蛋糕
I can see I'm weak at this.
被
Bei is weak.
狗吃了。
明天的聚会我要穿什么？
下个月我的
学校 Oh, that's a wrong tone for me. Yeah, 学校
有
有聚会。
今年春节是几月几号？
今年春节是几月几号？What is the date this year? Spring Festival. Oh my gosh. My English is gone. Oh no. What is the date of? I'm looking for of, but it's not there. So what is this year's? What date is what is the date? Is this? No. What in the world? Date is. Oh my gosh, maybe this. Heck in English.
春节是中国
最大
的节日。
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
You think it's any easier or like finalizing these things, but it's quite annoying to translate because of the little boxes. You group words and phrases together, but they're all separate all the time.
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。中国人在
在春节
喜欢穿红的
衣服。
我给你介绍，这是我最好的朋友。我给你介绍，这是我最好的朋友。
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
Okay. So we do this 6 times in a row?
他的中文像你的一样好。
Yeah, it's the same. Huh. That might be a little too
我
much.
弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。我
The normal personalized practice is a mix. It's a mix of 3 things, not the same thing.
我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。
蛋糕被狗吃了。
It still takes me this long even if it's in English, so
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
because you have to like scan, and I'm not the greatest at the shortcuts. Sure, you could shortcut it, but you're more likely to rush and something.
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。我
I guess you could always spam all the things and then double check.
手机被弟弟用坏了。
What? Oh.
我的手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
我的狗一直在生病。
I want to see what happens when you complete it.
为什么？
Maybe I'll get faster over time? I don't know about that. This seems too compartmentalized. 为什么你
一直
在
笑。
明天的聚会我要穿什么？
明天的聚会我要穿什么？
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
你不需要介绍，我认识他。I guess all the repetition. Well, we'll see. We'll give it like a few days and see what I can come up with. It might be rougher.
我给你
units.
介绍，这是我最好的朋友。我
Oops. I keep doing that over and over again.
你
给你介绍。
介绍，这是我的最好的朋友。
为什么我们在端午节吃粽子？
Wait, can I put the in here? I could. They probably accepted.
你吃过粽吗？昨天我去了公司的春节聚会。
I'm like focusing on different things with each repetition.
春节是中国的最大的节日。
Maybe I can improve how quickly I scan for things.
他的中文像你的一样好。
I'll Okay, that might not work
我的
out.
狗一直在生病。
他的中文像你的一样好。
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
手机被我的弟弟用坏了。
蛋糕被狗吃了。蛋糕被狗吃了。
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
我给你介绍，这是我最好的朋友。我给你介绍，这是我朋友。朋友，最好的朋友。
下个月我的学校有聚会。
今年春节是几月几号
？Oh my gosh, this is so awkward. It's such an awkward phrasing. Holy. Every time.
春节是中国最大的节日。
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
下个月我的学校有聚会。
Okay, I tried. That wasn't any substantially faster the 5th time around. Is this the same one? Oh no, it's not.
珍珠奶茶。
Oh no, it comes from the same unit though. But it's a trophy unit. Oh no! Oh, it's a summary. Oh, it's different. The trophy thing is different.
奶奶。
Oh boy.
亲戚。
星期. Oh, that's a weak one. 星期 is definitely a weak one.
他的中文像你的一样好。
Very similar to Shinseki. Okay. Oh, I see where they got the trophy. It's a trophy from that unit. Combination from that unit. Okay.
他
Okay.
的中文像你的一样好。
冰心。你爱
什么？
什么？你爱吃什么？
点心。
点心。
红酒。
红酒。 这是什么？这是说 no
书
，dang it 书，对，书，
科学，
粥，
豆浆，
豆浆，
我一共有3个兄弟姐妹。
我一共有三个，
我一共有3个兄弟姐妹。
兄弟姐妹。
我们下星期回家看我们父母。我们下星期回家 something。 我们下星期回家看我们父母。
回家看我们父母。
看我们医院。医院。父母。我们下星期回家看我们父母。
回家看我们父母。
干杯。
火锅。
星期，亲戚，OK， 亲戚 ，Oh my gosh，OK， 亲戚 ，Just something about it。赢，练
习。哪家上海饭馆的小笼包最好吃？
亲戚。
哪家上海饭馆的小笼包最好吃？哪家
饭馆？哪家饭馆的小笼包？小笼包。The best？
哪家上海饭馆的小笼包最好吃？
上海的饭馆
小笼包
最好吃。
好吃。
What the flip？ 那家上海饭馆的 ，Oh my goodness，OK。
赢。
干杯。
科学。
练习。
粥。
对。
你划过龙舟吗？
OK。I didn't wear my on today. So it's different. But that's kind of weird. So you personalize practice something, but the trophy is different, is something else. That's interesting.
我
阿姨 oh wrong tone 阿姨一起吃晚饭 oh I forgot the time 昨天我和我阿姨一起吃晚饭。
这里的牛肉拉面最好吃。
And then we're back. So it's kind of weird. I think it's a little weird. I think the personalized practice is supposed to have 3 sets, or like at least 2 sets, because the trophy is covering like 2 sets of things, not 1 set of things. So it's kind of weird right now.
我要
I'm not even sure if that's intentional or not. 我要穿什么衣服？穿什么？穿什么？哦，
明天
我要天
聚会，
明天聚会，我要穿什么衣服？ or 穿什么？穿的什么？明天的聚会。Oh, can I say it this way? 明天的聚会 No, there's no 在。Wait. 我要明天的聚会穿什么？穿什么？ No, you can't do it that way. You have to put 明天 Oh, okay. So you can't do it that way. You have to put it. Okay.
哪家上海饭馆的小笼包最好吃？
How do I screw this up?
哪家？
Oh, right. 哪家上海饭馆？
上海饭馆的小笼包最好吃。
And then
明天
的聚会，我要穿什么？ Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of weird. I can bot that? Oh. What the heck? Oh, it just keeps going. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So it just keeps going. Does the topic change?
我弟弟像妈妈一样喜欢穿黄衣服。
It doesn't. So you can keep on doing the same exercises. So I guess we wait for the day for it to change. We'll see how it changes from day to day. Let's do our back catalog because we haven't done this. Oh my gosh, there's so many exercises. As for tomorrow's festival, what do I have to wear? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. This is
压力
This part is gonna be the toughest for the review, man.
压力
When I go to review, this is probably gonna be the toughest one. The last couple are gonna be the toughest. Let's see.
责任
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 That's interesting that the bottom stroke is the
责任
shortest in this one. Or like is shorter than the mid one.
资本
咨询
咨询
询
咨询
资本资本
咨询
咨询
咨
询
询
咨询水桶 投资
投资。第二，
whoops， 第二，
咨询，
咨询，欢迎，
欢迎，
right， 欢迎 as in
咨询，
投资，
，OK，
投
I'm OK，
资，咨询，
咨询，不错，
不错。
不是，
资本，
咨
询，
询，
火车，
资本，
OK，
不太，
不太
不贵，
会，
资本，
资本，
汉字，
汉字，
咨询，
咨询，
资本，
咨询，
咨询。Oh my goodness. Okay.
咨询，
I love how 火车 was made from coal trains. Yeah. It is a classic.
压
压力，
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 奖金，
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 Okay. Slacker, slacker.
责任，
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 slacker, slacker.
责任，
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 责任。
I was definitely digressing way too much the last 3 days. Like, without the breaks and excluding the breaks.
责任，
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 Lacking.
责任，责任，
责任，
责任，
Maybe I should go backward order. Oh, for the Japanese as well. So many exercises.
压力，
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 So many exercises. Oh. That's like stress and not the engineering definition of pressure, right? Yeah, stress as in emotional stress. Yes, the pressure of emotional pressure.
责任，
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 责任。
Bum bum. We're gonna hear that a lot. What time is it? Okay, night. The 1 hour has passed.
压
Yandy.
压力，
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 This feels so
压力。
different. This is kind of what I feel
压力。
like when I'm doing
压力，
what like actual SRS. This is what I feel most people do, and it's their comfort zone, where they
南方
not this part, the seeing the same things over and over again and whatnot. Oh,
南方
it's both. I see. Fair enough. Which means I still stand by my comment that this is the emotional stress.
商
商店 wait 商场
商店
南方
南方
商外
oh
商
oh
南
ah I hit the wrong thing. Oh my gosh, everything just went wrong there.
很高兴认识你
That's because I was thinking of something else while I was doing that.
高兴
高兴 huh. Oh, I should really be collecting. Yeah, let's collect. Do we collect? Yeah. So let's collect some stuff. This one,
厨房
厨房 might be a good one. So I wonder if this text changes when if I install an IME. Because the first time I installed the Japanese one, it took a little adjustment.
南方菜
So nang as in like the direction. Nang for direction is kind of rusty.
南方菜
And then 商店
商店
is
南方
商场商场
南方菜
南方菜
南方房子
房子
商店很高兴认识你房间
商店
商场
商场
商店
店
生病南方
南方
房
间商店
商店南方
南方
You know what? We'll probably recall this entire unit, right? That's probably what we'll do the recall of this entire unit. Because that's probably as much as we're gonna get done today. There's so many exercises.
南方南方
Oof. Found a glossary of math terms. I see. 相异 right?
工资
生意
工资小费
生意收据工资节日
生意
工资
生意
资本，
资本，
资本。意思，
意思，
意思，
工资，
工资，
同意，
生意，
工资，
工资，
小
费，小费，退资，退，哦，退货。Oh yeah, that's right. 退货，
退货，
有事，
有事。Oh, wait, 有事。
有事
Oh, that's right.
工资。
I'm thinking of business as in like we have something to discuss business, not business as in
生意。
Have a loss of generality. I see. Ooh, maybe fun. Something may. Ban. No. Ja. Alright, ban. 请假. No, that might be 假. Okay. Math terms. I see.
生
意
出去，
出去，
收据，
收据，收据，
生意，
生意，
工资，
工资，
退款，
退款，退款 is a weak one. Not in this one. Not in this unit. Interesting.
先生，
先生 Yeah, that checks out. 先生 which is
生意
Yeah, the 生先生
先生，学生，生意，生病，意思，
对，
生意
生意，
先生，
先
先
生，
生意，
生意。哦，注意，注意，
注意，
注意，
生病
病，
生意，
意，发生，
发生，先
先生，对，investment，投资，
投资，
投资，
工资，
投资，
投资，
资，
工资，工作，父母，别人，
工
资，工资，
投资，
投资，
投资，工资，
昨天，
昨天 whoops I was gonna say 去年，昨天，
吃完，
吃完，
投资，工资，工
作。Okay, wait. So how much time do we have? Can we get to like? Oh my gosh, I don't even think we can get to doing one. Oh man. Okay. All right. I got this. 责任的责任，商量 商量，商量，
商量，
商量，
责任，
责任，商量，
商量，加班，晚左，
往右，
往右。Oh wait, whoops, wrong direction. 往右 to the right, not the left. 打扮，责任，
商量，
加班。
Oh, it's 1-1. I thought it was 4-4. Huh. 加班，
责任，
商店，手洗，
商量，
见过，
商量，
没事，
没事，
OK，
请假，责任，请假，发财，商量，
手洗，
责任。Save me. This is not going very quickly.
资本，
工资，
资本，
投资，
日本菜，
资本，工资，
如果，
工资，资本，
资本，
工资。
Oh, that was not the right stroke.
投资，
馒头，Oh, okay. 馒头. Oh wait, but that's new. It's probably neutral. Because it's rising. 馒头.
工资，资本。
You know, 资本 kind of reminds me Japanese as well.
日本
菜. Okay.
成绩，
成绩，
责任，
Okay.
责任，
成绩，
成绩。
Okay. We're gonna struggle so much to review.
责任，
Okay.
责任，
责任，
还有
还有
我要
我叫
我叫 whoops why did I think it's show oh yeah right because it's right radical
成绩
责任
责任
成绩
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 I can kind of see this the right hand side
责任
责任绩
成绩
几个
几个
我们责任
帮我
成绩
成绩责任我的
有人
我叫成绩我叫成绩
责任
Is that that's an okay. Changji sounds like an alright name, honestly. I got my pips. Let's go.
工作
工资
工作
Right. Oh wait. Yeah, 年级 Oh wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, wrong tone on the second. 年级 Okay, 年级
工资
help
投资工作蛋糕
工
资
工作
工资
I already put down my pen in the wrong place. I couldn't take it back.
工作
工作
事情工资
这些
资本
对加班奖金加班奖金是习惯
节日加班
手洗
奖金
加班
okay
加班
I can kind of see this next week gonna be very, very yeah, what is that G word? Oh yeah, it's gonna be very grindy the next couple days. Whew. I can see it. I can feel it already, you know. We're gonna need some extra fuel going into this.
奖金
色什么色颜色 Oh, right. Straight up. Yeah, that's right. 颜色 is right. What kind of color is that? It's color.
上班、
上班、
下班、
加班、
奖金、
奖金、
奖
金、
压力、
Oh no. 资拍 or 自拍 I'm gonna go with 自拍
自拍
Oh 自拍 Dang it 自拍
加班
加班
奖金
出去
加
班
压力堵车
Oh, this one is really, really long ago.
奖金
奖金
加班
I know
没
事 Come on. How are these not fitting? 商店商量商店商店
商量商店商场过去耳朵
商量
商店
商店商量
商量商场商店
Oh, hold up. Oh, 阿姨面包 A coincidence that was in the personalized practice
质量
Yeah
地理
Okay
地理课
地理课
质量
Right and then they're gonna go 香亮 and 质量
地理
Okay 汉语课工业我的地理课
质量
地理课
质量
地理课
地理课
地理质量
500
老师
重来
质量
质量
汉语课
医院
地理课
飞机
Okay
质量
地理课
力。Okay. 然后
商
店
商量。
Okay, we're getting close.
质量
质量 there it is. So 质量
500。
商量
商店
天
气
量
商店
店
商店商量
商场商量商店
老人
经过
经过
对
质量
and 商量yes 质量太晚
商量质量商店安静
商量
商量
质量
量
质量商量
量
质量商店上学
我要
商量
Okay. What? Yeah. The heck? What the? Okay.
加
点
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I hear it. It's fine.
点
Yeah. Yeah.
点从
发
发请加
点点
点
拿
加
请
开
开 whoops
点
加
almost said one
加
请喵一sweat船元
换
换换 I'm like change okay what would I say it's like something Wan something yuan wan like UAN and I'm like okay wan
洗
点
加
放
oops
放点
帮
帮
唱
the heck
唱
oh 唱
点
点
干加
oh boy okay
现金
现金奖金现金
现在
现金
下车
奖金。酒店。
OK。
奖金。
奖金。
现金。
现金。
奖金。
现金。
影像。No， 影响。
影响。
影响啊，影响。Okay, wrong tone on the first one. 影响。甜点。Yeah， 甜点。
甜点。
甜点。甜点。甜点。Yeah， 甜点。Kind of higher than like 甜点。
奖金。
进去。
进去。
进去。Whoops， 进去。加班。No， 班。Okay, fair enough. 加班。下班。加班。参加。参加。
参加。
参加。
西班牙。
班。
加班。
加。Had to think about it for a moment.
加。
加
班。
班。
上班。
上班。
加班。
加油。班。参加。Alright. 加油。到。加。参加。
女。
加油。
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 加。
加油。
Sorry. 钱。
钱。
加油。
号。参加。加。
We need more vigor. Yeah, here we go again. 加班。下班。加油。加班。加拿大。Fair enough. 加班。Oops.
加班。
上班。
上班。Whoops. 上班。
加油。加班。
参加。Where is the 加 at? It's probably 加, right? Oh, I think it might be completed. Oh, no.
参加。
参加。加班。参加 of course.
加班。下班。
加油。
参
加。
加班。
参加。
加班。
加班。
加拿大人，
加拿大人，
加
加，参加，上
上班，喂，画，送花，下来，
下来，
送花，
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 下来，等着，等着，
等着
等着，等着，not 着，no 着，等着，等着，注意，
注意，
注意，
送花
花，
看了，
了，
下来，
来，
送花，
送花，下来，
下来，
送花，
送花，
停车，看见，送花，下来，
下来，
下来，下个，
下个，
下来，下
来，
学了，
学了，
等着，送花，下来，会
见，
送
花，
问题，
问题，
下来，
下来，
花了，
花了，
多喝，
多喝，
送
花。Oh, come on. Oh,
下来，
I don't even know where these exercises
越
are
来
coming
越
from. Whoops.
打电话，
What was it? Oh, 看起来，下来. I don't even know where these are coming from. 看起来，yes, look, it's fine. 后来，
后来，
下来，
越来越，
越来越。Right, it's the
下班，
下班。看起来，
看
起
起
来，
来，
看起来。
下来，
Oh, whoops, that was a little.
下来，
看起来，
下来，下雪，
下了，
看见
过。What the heck? 赶去 no 赶 wait 去来说 no it's都去yeah 都去来都去来 say it out loud. Oh, let's read it out loud. I mean, I have a problem with this English here because when you're reading something out loud, you are also saying it out loud. But reading, it's a kan. I don't like
I don't like. 过马路。过马路。
过马路。
哦，过马路。Wrong tone. 过马路。
读出来。
读出来。Oh, my tongue. 读来。Okay. Can I see it? Yeah. 读出来。
读出来。
读出来。Okay. 过马路。过马路。
过马路。读出来。读出来。
Oh my gosh. Ugh. Okay. It's not because of the Chinese, it's because of the English. 再见面。说出来。
看见
过。
读出来。
出来。
读出了。
No.
了来。
过马路。
过马路。
读出来。
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 出租车。
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 过马路。
一定要。
一定要。
一定要。一定要。
说出来。读出来。
过马路。
过马路。
过马
路。
路。
读出来。
看起来。
过马路。
你知道。
你知道。
不明白。
不明。
读
出来。
不想要。
不想要。
看起来。
看起来。
看见过。
看见过。
读出来。
读出来。
过马
路。读出来。Okay. That was a bit rough thing. Yeah. 发财。发财。拿来。Oh, the rhyme. Yeah, 拿来。
拿来。
发财。
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 发财拿来。The heck was this? 照顾。Yeah. 照顾 No. 照顾。
照顾。
照顾。What? I didn't hit my Z's right. 照顾。照顾。照顾。到。遇到。No? Wait. Yeah, 遇到。遇到。
遇到。
拿来。
发财。
发财。
看
了。
发财。
发财。拿来。
发财。
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 来了。
来了。
发现。
发现。Oh, you. Okay.
拿来。
沙发。
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 发
财。
拿来。
拿来。
来。
来。
拿。
Oops.
拿来。
发财。
上车。
行等。请等。
请等。
Hello there, Tommy. こんばんは。
请坐。
明けました。おめでとう。Happy New Year's as well. Tommy. はい。明けました。おめでとう。ありがとう。Yeah, we did 300 today.
发
财。
财。
忘记。
忘记。
发财。
发财。
拿来。
拿来。
问题。
问题。问题。
请坐。
Indeed. What a milestone it was. What a milestone.
下来。
下来。
拿
来。下来。Just another day.
来了。
来了。来了。
下来。
下了。下车。下叉。No. 下车。
下着。
下着。Oh, wait, that's 着。Alright, 下着。My bad. 下着。
拿来。
拿
来。
拿。
Okay, 拿来。
下来。
That's really weird looking without the top.
下
来。
来。拿来。
下雪。
下了。How was your how's your holidays? Kimmy, how's your holidays going?
下来。
下来。
后来。
拿来。
Fine, you suppose? Is that it, huh? Just fine? 压力。回来。
回来。
压力。压力。Weather's been very variable. I see. So how did you partake in the variable weather? How does one partake in variable weather? Sometimes it's cold. What do you typically do when it's cold? 回来。Sometimes it's quite warm. What do you do when it's quite warm? 回来。
加班。
是。
不是。
压力。
回来。
自拍。
自拍。
自拍。Oh, it's one actually. 自拍。It's one. Or one.
压力。
Well, you plan for cold and don't adjust as it's warm except unbutton. I'm expecting a colder than usual winter this year. Oh, okay. Was that the case so far?
压力。
压力。
力。
回来。
回来。
压力，
压力。买单，
买单，
买单，买单。习惯，
习惯，
习惯。
压力，
下来，回
来，
回来，打扮，打扮，
回来，
买单，
买单，
压力，害怕，
害怕。So far, it's 50-50. Very cold start. Been warmer recently. I see. What makes you think this year is gonna be a colder winter?
压
力，
胖了，回来，
压力，约会，出去。
Oh, the colder start. Oh, I see. That's interesting.
回来，
拿来，回来，
回家，回来，拿来，
回复，
来了，
回来。
Whoops. That was 拿来。
回来，
回来，
拿来，
拿，
回复，
回家，
后来，
回来，拿来，
拿。
If it starts this way, it'll probably be really bad in February. Interesting. However, it's unpredictable and can't be entirely sure of anything. Alright. I see.
回
So basically, it's not good, it's not bad, it's not anything. So it's everything and anything at once. Got it. Houston, okay.
越来越，
越来越. Got it. We have the cornucopia of all possible outcomes, or a spectrum of all possible outcomes, as a form of conversation. 回来，
回来，
读出来，
读出来，
读出来 ，dang it， 读来 ，stuff can really come out of nowhere. I imagine stuff can come out of nowhere. Certainly.
读出来，
读出来，
下来，
越来越，后来。
Like it did in 21 and 22, I imagine there are plenty of years that can come out of anywhere. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
越
来越 Oops. 越来越
回来，
回来，
越来越
The heck? Wait.
Okay. I thought it was just a stroke down. No 24/7 energy for almost a week. Snowstorm almost destroyed the power grid. Oh, okay. Sounds like... Let's hope that doesn't happen. Right.
回来。
回来。回来。回答。
回答。越来越。看起来。后来。
回
来。有没有回 permutations？ 回。拉。回来。回答。回。丢。
回来。
回
来。
来。长哦 for long 长。
后来。
笑。
回来。
回。
New blanket about a week ago. Cats absolutely love it. Oh, that's cute. Been sleeping on. Oh, that's cute. Glad your cats are enjoying the snuggles.
回复。
回来。Oh no. Don't you dare put 回复 and 回 in the same exercise. Don't you dare.
复习。回答。
Oh no.
回复。
回来。下来。
下来。
Oh my gosh. Oops. That was an accident. 回来。
回复。
回
来。
回。Oh boy. Wait, we're fine. Wait. You absolute. Oh no, that's fine. Kidding. I misread it.
回家。回来。
回复。
回答。I don't know what you're trying to say there. Yeah, but I don't get what you're trying to say there. Evan Konekota Niya. I'm not sure what your sentiment.
Xa. 回来。
Yeah, is a cat sound? Okay. So, heaven with a cat, but messed up. Okay. Okay. I still don't know what that means. Like, why did you suddenly say heaven and cat? It is heaven and cat, yeah. Heaven. I'm missing the meaning.
回答。
回答。回来。回答。
拿来。
Okay. 球，排球，
排球，
排球，
回来，客气，
回
答，回
来，
回来，
回答，
回答，
回来，
回答，
回答，
回来，几号？
后来，
垃圾，
垃圾。
Yes, that's a lot of lie.
暖和。
暖和，暖。Oh, right. We get to say 暖和 now. Yes, 暖和. This is good. I get to hear this.
暖和，
暖
和，
暖和，
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 暖和。
And we finally broke into
暖和
the other writing exercises. Holy heck.
暖和，暖和。
Safe to say this is a yes, it is. Very good.
暖和。
It is.
暖和，
暖和，暖和，
暖和
误会，
误会，误会，误会，
误会，误会，
误会，
误会，误会，
误会
误会，
误会，误会，误会，
误会，
误会，误会，
误会。
暖和，
暖和，暖和，
暖和，
暖和，暖和，
暖和
暖和，
暖和，暖和，暖和，
暖和，
暖和，暖和，
暖和
暖和。
Save me. Okay. Alright, so we've eclipsed 2 hours now. Alright. I don't know what the read is on that character. 发香，发香，发香，发香。意外，意外，
外面，意外，
发生，发生，
发生，
发生，意外，赢，声音，
声音，
声音，
忘记，发生，
路过，
住过，
意外，
发生，
Okay. I don't know. That's not a family name I hear too often. I'm not sure what region of China that is.
发生
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 hole. Do I know a hole? I don't know a hole. Or a hole? Do I know a hole? No, I don't. Could be hole. Yeah, I don't know anyone by that family name. 意外
意外
发生
发生
发现
Oops.
发生意外
头头发
头发
头发
发现发生
外面
外面
意外，意外，
最响
喝过
喝过
意外发生月亮
发生
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 提高
提高提高
帮忙
帮忙
太阳
太阳
意外
同意意外同意哦跟跟 no 满意满意
愿意
愿意啊OK 愿意愿意意思it's this one right 满意 oh man
同意
意外
满意
okay okay 意外
意外，
意外
同意
同意
同
意
意外
意外意 Okay, we have so many E's as well. Okay.
注意同意意外意思满意干燥
干燥 OK 干燥干燥
干燥
OK オキドキ
干燥
オキドキ
干燥干燥干燥
オキドキ
干燥，
干燥
干燥干燥干燥
干燥
So many strokes
干燥干燥
干燥，
All right
误会，
误会
误会
哎
误会
误会误会误会
Oops
误会，
误会
误会误会
I think I can I'm gonna do this for another 20-ish minutes.
抱
maybe.
歉，
抱歉. Oh boy, here's the 抱歉.
抱歉，
抱歉.
抱歉，
The 歉 part. Oh, I think I missed a stroke. I definitely missed a stroke for a while.
抱歉，
I missed the top one, this one.
抱歉，
Does it need
抱
any
歉。
more strokes? You know? Does this character
抱
need any
歉。
more strokes?
抱歉，
抱歉，
Okay.
抱歉，
You might as well make a grid.
抱歉，
抱歉，
抱歉，抱歉，
Oops.
抱歉，
I prefer traditional and simplified, so I have no right to complain. That's a weird way to look at it, but alright. Such a weird share. Can't relate.
暖和，
Well,
暖和，
sounds like a very,
暖和，
very traditional preference commentary.
暖和，
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 暖和，暖和，
暖和，
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 I mean, like, if that's how it looks simplified, imagine traditional, it could end up looking the same thing. So, I guess we could find out. Simplified is not as simplified as you think. There's not that many simplified characters. Let's find out, actually. I'm kind of curious. I think the right side could be simplified, though. The right side of that character. Where is it, even? I don't even think it's listed. Yeah, it's not. Wait. It's got to be listed. Oh, here it is. I think we're okay with this one. I think this one's okay. Oh, no, wait. Maybe not. I think we might be okay with this one. Fairly similar construction to Ken. I think the one I would probably pick is... Yeah, I suppose. So those are two separate radicals, though. So this one, this construction, is different from this construction. So there are ones with this one, like Shizuka. Or no, actually no, Shizuka doesn't have this top thing. But yeah, I can kind of see that. it's the middle thing, right? There are ones where like you stack one like this between the things. There's also ones where you take this and you cross through it. There's also one where you add this to that. There is one, I think you can do this too. Yeah, this thing is pretty iconic, I would say.
先生.
You know what isn't? You know what would be kind of what face? If Japanese and Chinese, both the Chinese and Japanese people decide we're gonna add circles. Yeah, sensei is isn't sensei onyomi? Is both sen and se onyomi? Yeah, 先上
发生
I wouldn't be surprised. 先上 sensei. I wonder how Japanese people would decide to incorporate circles. Pretty false, right? I wonder if you ask someone like, hey, we could add circles. How would they add circles to the character? So, because they would have to differentiate it from Korean, right? They don't want to like, suddenly it's like, oh no, it kind of starts looking like Korean. Just put circles somewhere. They do technically have a circle, but it's a 10-10 mark. You know, the 10-10 mark. That's the closest thing to a circle. Oh wait, and zero. There's also zero. Zero. Sorry, not zero. Zero. There's also zero and the 10-10 mark. I'm trying to think of if there's... Yeah, I'm trying to think of is there anything else with an enclosed circle? Like, there are stuff that are close to circles. Like, technically, this is a very close circle, right? Like, if you written it very extravagantly, you can kind of close up on a circle, and then you can have, like, this is kind of close to a circle. But there's no, like, enclosed circles. Like, hey, I'm just gonna, you know, bloop, 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 bloop. It's like, now they're new characters. Triangles. I mean, I could kind of see. Triangles. Wait. What's the closest? I think, you know, there are fake triangles like this. Oh, and then of course we have squares. Wait, squares are boring, but triangles... Outside of, you know, right? Outside of these characters. I don't even know what the stroke order is. We're not gonna even bother guessing out of these, like, characters. Someone forgot to close the pen. The cows got it. Yeah. 生
发生
发生 Yeah, I don't think I can do this for much longer. My stamina is waning.
先生
先生
生病
的生
生气
生气
发生
Today was a fairly long day, I suppose. We did 2 hours. We digressed in Japanese. We digressed during Japanese. So that was 3 hours, right? And then we spent like a whole grand total of the 40 minutes on WaniKani, but we actually spent like 5 minutes doing WaniKani and then 35 minutes yapping. Okay. 大象
先生
先生
学生生气
发财
发财发生先生
干燥
That'd be actually kind of a interesting name for something. WaniKani actually means something, so it's not like they chose that name to not mean anything as well. What's a crab? Yeah, Kani means crab. WaniKani is the mascot. So I'll let you guess what the mascot is. Although yeah, then they flipped it. Like the people call the mascot in English the other direction, which kind of makes sense because it's such a Japanese to English rearrangement. Makes sense. It's funny because nani is replaced because you're not sure what a wani is. Coincidentally. 干燥
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 Wani country arc? No. Well, not what was intended, I suppose.
干燥
That they were going for.
干燥
干燥
It could be a lot of things because
干燥
three Wani. Country is Kuni. Unless you're talking about a different character. Standing alone. Pretty sure it's Kuni.
干燥
Unless you're talking about something way different and I'm
干燥
not following along.
干燥
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 Ganzao. Bear me down. Okay. 误会
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 I gotta rethink my
误会
how I'm
误会
gonna fill up,
误会
catch up with all my backlog.
误会
Oops. Yeah, those are quite a lot of versions. What do you think it is? Oh, which one is it? Which one is it? Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what the typeset that they ended up using for WaniKani. Yeah, I don't know what the typeset that they ended up using. Oh, wait. Nah, I think they... That's an interesting thing. Gonna guess... it's alligator. The mascot is a crabigator. So it's the crab and alligator. Let's look at alligator in Bisho. I don't even think alligator comes up. Because they don't mix. I don't know how to spell. Do I know how to spell alligator? No, I don't know how to spell alligator. That's the problem. Oh, that's what it looks like. Oh, that's kind of cute. That's a cute kanji for Wani. Wani is a cute. Yeah, it almost looks like there's a face next to it. It actually kind of looks like an alligator or crocodile. It looks like they don't differentiate. Interesting. Yeah, it's a very cute kanji. It practically looks like a crocodile / alligator. Yeah, WaniKani's mascot is a crabigator. Yeah. WaniKani's mascot is literally crab and alligator put together. So Wani and Kani. I think Tofugu was the LLC that published it. It's tofu and fugu put together. So they have a habit of taking two things and putting them together. Actually, that's a very typical construction for an Asian language being translated, like being like named to English a lot of times. I think Chinese stores and stuff do that quite a lot too. When you go into Chinatown and whatnot, they would take like two characters and kind of like play on their things put together and then have like a mascot or some sort of theme around it. Like the game that I'm following for the longest time was like Wago Tabi, right? I'm still following it now. It's being updated. And Wago Tabi is Wago and Tabi put together. And then obviously Shashinko, Shashin and Go, Shashinko. So it happens quite often, contracting two things together.
抱歉.
I don't know what it is about that, but it's more common than not. Like it's around enough. It occurs frequently enough to be noticeable. But in the naming scheme of things. I'm not sure if English does that as much. Let me think. English. What is a good Subway? Subway is a good example. You have sub and way put together. And not to be confused with subway as in like the metro, right? The train, but it's sub as in submarine sandwiches, and way as in like a place, a location where you can grab some. Micro and soft. Ooh, that might be a tricky one. I'm not sure about Microsoft. Because yeah, soft is good because soft is from software, right? Is the software, and then micro. I wonder where they got the micro from. like soft is often truncated, right? Like FromSoft, Squaresoft, Ubisoft. Soft is like your standard, like I'm a software contraction. What are the brands? Pizza Hut? No, Pizza Hut doesn't work. Domino's? No, that doesn't work either. Yeah, I don't think it's as common in English. I think it's to me, from my personal anecdotal experience, it's puns and stuff happens more often with Chinese and possibly Japanese. English, it's usually like a name. Like they often use names and whatnot. They don't like make puns in their title names. I guess it's kind of cringe. I don't know. I kind of like it. I enjoy. It is a stereotype, but puns and wordplay and stuff, it resonates really well with Asian cultures. A lot of times, word pun is like a great pastime. And then, you know, only recently in English, where like dad jokes and stuff are being celebrated, that there are more word puns, but names and stuff don't have word puns in English too often. They avoid them because, I don't know, maybe it's cringy or something. In the Orient, you are dealing with concepts and words and such. Yeah. So whenever I go to Chinatown, now that I can read a lot of characters, it's really funny how like you read as like, oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. And in the English translation, like, oh yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like. You know, like easy one would be like 小 Mao, and then it's like someone's like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. It's like, what does it mean? Small cat. It's like, oh, so are they a pet store? It's like, no, it's a bakery. It's like, wait, why is the bakery called Xiao Mao? It just sounds fine. You know, it's a small cat. What is like? Why did it call it a small cat? It's a small cat. Their mascot is a small cat. Or like Mao Bao or Bao Mao or something. I'm like, oh, that sounds kind of cute. What is that? Buns and cat. It's a cat bun. Like, why do they call it cat bun? Well, their mascot is a bun with a cat face on it. That's kind of how the naming goes, right? And then you have like, if you go to like Taco Bell, it's like, oh, okay, it's a bell and it's tacos. All right, well that's kind of the same thing, sort of, but it's not as awkward. I would say most of the time. Like Chick-fil-A, like what do they serve? Chicken. Like their primary thing is chicken. It's wild. Like my parents' restaurant's name was Good Taste, which I didn't. Now that I have to think back, I'm not sure what characters they used. Probably 好吃. Tasty? No, that would come out as tasty. 好味道 maybe, or something. No, I'm not sure how many characters they used. Like good taste. 很好吃? No. Maybe like 好味道 or something like that. Good taste. Good flavor. 味道, 好味道 or something. Oh look, Green Cow Milk Brand. Yes, Green Cow Milk Brand. It's like you wanna go down to the fluffy squirrel to get a bubble tea, and then we'll stop by the bouncing birds to get a loaf of some pastries, and then hit up the local Fast Cat to like go and do some go-kart racing, and then we'll hit up the Flying Moon arcade, that's often how the English comes out. It's like, oh, okay, Flying Salmon Insurance Company. Exactly, Flying Salmon Insurance Company. I think one of them was something like
1-2 step ladder bakery. Like 1-2, just E-R, and then step ladder. 1-2 step ladder bakery. I'm like, I'm not sure what they were going for, but it has like, maybe they were talking about like laddering up, like upping their game or something. I'm not sure, but reading names on Asian stores and like bakeries and stuff is a like hoot and a half. It's so funny. Like, it's charming. I like it. Like, I'm not like laughing at I think they have very memorable names. Like, memorable names because English, it's different from English. Your mother's cat store. Here's one that I feel is worth sharing. Since my parents ran Chinese, like American Chinese restaurants, every version of like number one Chinese, right? Like number one Chinese, best Chinese, the world number one food. Like these are the names that they usually have. Like good eat, good eats, best eats. Like they have all these like Ichiban stuff, right? It's Ichiban this, Ichiban that. And I'm like, okay, all right. Very, very literal. Outside of that, like outside the pun stuff, I really like the pun stuff, but Tokyo Sushi Grill. Yeah, it's right on the head. So I'm not saying, everyone does those little cute names and whatnot, but it's quite literal. It's either very, very literal or it's way out of left field. Like, what the heck? What was it? Oh man, I need to collect some names. Located nowhere near Tokyo. Yeah. Yep. What is the most outrageous English name I've heard before? Oh, that's usually bar names. I think English bar names are great. If you ever go to like either a British establishment or an American establishment, bar names are pretty fun. I think bar names are closest to the thing that we're talking about in the Asian category. Like the prancing, I don't know, the prancing fish head. Or stalking horse. Yeah, stalking horse is great. Like, I think those names are really fun. They're fantastic. When people have establishments, I think being a little whimsical with their names is it sings to me, in my opinion. I find it incredibly charming when people go out of their way to make their names you want to go in there and ask them, buy something, and then ask them, so what's in the name? Like, can you explain? Can you regale me as I buy whatever you're offering? And I want to know, how'd you come up with a name? There was a funny story. Here's one tiny story that I can share before I'm ending my day. I was visiting my close friend. And it's been a while, and he was driving, so he filled me in on like some trivia around it. So apparently there was a store. It was like a pizza place, right? I forgot the name of the pizza place, but let's just call it Nikki's, right? It's Nikki's. Let's just say it's Nikki's Pizzeria. And pizzeria, and he told me a story about this particular Nikki's Pizzeria. I don't actually know. I think it's Nick something. Nick's maybe. And it has a number 2 on it. Okay? So apparently it was named Nikki's Pizzeria number 2 at some point. And at some point they decided to retroactively remove the 2. Now you might be thinking, okay, so there's many reasons why the number 2 got removed again. You might come up with lots of theories like, oh, maybe this is the second location, and then maybe the first location was, you know, removed or closed down, and then now this is the one and only location, so they remove. But no one ever knows. He never went in there. Like, it was a funny. He made my friend does this thing where he pointed out this observation as he's driving by to work and stuff, and it sounded like, did you ever find out? It's like, nope. It's just one day the number 2 was there, and then the next time they notice, the number 2 is gone. There you go. It's one of those things. Life, strange things happen in life. You know, from the outside. The best bar name ever is the Snuggly Duckling. Interesting. I'm not sure what is my... I'm kind of a sucker for Serenity, so there's like Blue Moon. Blue Moon is kind of nice. There's the Pink Flamingo, which makes sense too. These are kind of average now that I think about it. Chatty Skulls. It's more of a pirate thing, I suppose. How are izakaya named? Oh, that's a good question. I'm kind of curious how izakayas are named. I'm curious if they do the funny theme stuff too. Huh. Yeah, Chinese, I want to say sometimes it can be very literal, but I like the little cute thing. Imagine going into a bar named Snugglebutt. Like, hey, you guys want to hit up the local Snugglebutt? It's right next to www, and you know, it's next to www.xd, and oh dude, if someone named their store like :D I don't think I've ever crossed a local store that decided that their name should be :D. Or even better, they call it Colin, like the name Colin D. Oh man, that would give me props. If someone's name is actually Colin D, as in D period, and then call it their store Colin D. Colon. I keep saying Colin. Colin is like because of the name Colin, but Colin D, dude. Yeah, 10 drinks at Snugglebutt. Actually, maybe 15. I don't remember actually. Yeah, Snugglebutt. Across the prancing cat, across with the chatty skulls, and then next to the zipline tree ferrets. Right next to the pink and white pirate shanty. Across the Oil Hill Well tree line. Yes. I am actually quite literally putting random words together, and it still sounds like they could be bar names. The 3-tier bar top stool pigeons. Don't forget to put the apostrophe S. Alright, that's good. That's enough shenanigans. Alright. We got our second win. What the heck is this? Oh, 抱歉.
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 抱歉。
抱歉。 抱歉.
I'm trying to think of like actual it was a store that was called The Kid in Me. That was kind of a nice name. The Kid in Me. I still remember. I don't know if anyone's gonna ever bring this back, but Toys R Us. Like, come on, Toys R Us. That was a kind of a cute name, you know.
抱歉.
Wait, are Toys R Us still? I'm pretty sure there's. That was Toys R Us went bankrupt. Does Toys R Us still exist in some form? Does exist. Wait. They have an online return in 2021. Oh, so they do exist online. Okay, so the Toys R Us brand did make a comeback after acquisition by WHP Global. So probably Macy's, yeah, Kmart. You know, honestly, I didn't ever figure out what the K in Kmart actually stand for. Let's find out what the Kmart in the K in Kmart doesn't stand for anything. Honestly, that's brilliant. I love it. I love it. The Kmart doesn't stand for anything. What a way to go. I don't know if Kmart still exists after their closure. Defunct K. Yeah. Well, allegedly, okay, it might not stand for anything allegedly, but some people say it might stand for the original founder's last name, which would be very convenient. Allegedly, according to the Sears Holding Corporation. So, I guess that makes sense. It's kind of like Walmart and like Sam's Club and all the other ones where some form of its founder's name is in the name. I still like the mystique of like it might not stand for anything. So it's fine. Alright. I think I'm gonna call it here because it's 2 a.m. Man. I need to change up my I need to change up my tactic. Yeah, Walton. Yeah. Yeah, I need to change up my tactic. There's no way I'm gonna be able to fill these up back. They would be a work in progress. Like, look at this stuff. I skipped over so many things. I really lost track of how many exercises I didn't complete. I was gonna try to sample. Maybe I'll sample all of them. Oh no, but it's too hard because they're all in series. So we're gonna try to work on our constructs. I guess I might as well do some homework now. So tomorrow, maybe I work on like 2 or 3 constructs. I do the exercise and then review the constructs. We have 30 I think I'm gonna cut it off at 30 constructs. So we're gonna do 30 units, 15 each. So 15 a day. Is it difficult to write 15? How long does it take me to write a construct? 30 minutes, I would say, if I'm on the ball. 30 minutes to an hour. For a construct? Oh no, that's too many. Wait. Okay, so at most, I'll go 8 hours, right? I'll go 8 hours on the day. At most. That allows me 16 if I stuck the landing for 30 minutes a construct. That is 16. That doesn't leave room for any other remarks, as in for the second day. So yeah, we're gonna have to play by ear. If I can get it down, if I can reduce the amount of time, there's at least, what is it? There are 33 units. Conservatively, there are 33 units in the 100-day gap. If it takes, so I could divide that up by 16. I guess the most I can really reach is 16 for 2 days. And if it's 16, that's 8 hours. Because it takes roughly 30 minutes to write out a construct. It can't be that long. Nah, I think we can do it. We'll count back. We'll make it 34 units to eclipse the 3 days per unit cycle. So 34, so we're doing 17 each for 2 days. And the goal is to get used to them enough that I can recall them back in less than 30 minutes per construct. That's a lot of writing without chatting. That sounds overly ambitious. I guess we'll fill it out, but it looks like we're aiming at 34 units. Your New Year's resolution may as well be, I want to improve my Japanese. That's what it was 2 years in a row. Impossible to fail too. Yeah. Oh, hey. You can read most of these. Yeah. So, hey, that's great. I was just talking about this earlier, about New Year's resolutions. You are the second person that kind of just straight out stated something that is incredibly reasonable. I was making the comment that the younger you get, or the more one is unhappy, or let's say the more one is unaware of what they're doing, like they don't progressively become aware of what they're doing, they often, when New Year's resolution comes around, I think a substantial number of the New Year's resolution tends to be things that they want to start, like fresh, new, and the list would be like the majority of the things. And oftentimes there was this like fitness article survey and or other voluntary surveys where it showed that oftentimes half the resolutions are dropped within like the first month, largely due to the nature that the resolutions tend to be a list of habits that they want to form at the same time, which typically is very, very difficult, regardless of what kind of superstar you are with willpower and whatnot. However, when someone becomes incredibly like aware of what they're doing from year to year and whatnot, lots of times only one or two of those things in their New Year's resolution tends to be like something completely new, or it had the mindset of being new. The others are continuing to refine and do things that they have currently done, but improve it. So there's a guarantee of consistency, like a baseline consistency in which the sky's the limit, as opposed to the bottom is not the limit. So oftentimes, I think someone joked around today, it's like, fictitious make the super funny joke where I made a New Year's resolution to eat every day. That's obviously who fictitious was being facetious, but in a way that kind of demonstrates, like, so when someone says, I'm going to start going to the gym starting 2025, right? Or I want to go to the gym more often. That's like viewing your fitness as a start of a new chapter. Alternatively, you could say, I want to be healthier physically by trying to go to the gym, right? The gym is one of many things you can do to improve your fitness. So
when you say you want to be healthier in 2025, you can then make a bunch of lists of things you can try. And with trying, you can at least make an effort that will cause you to be a little healthier. I wish I had $1 billion versus I want to breathe at least once in 2025. Choose your fighter. Who would you take your bet on? Who would you bet on? Like, for example, here's one. My New Year, like someone's New Year's resolution would be, I want to transform my entire personality by the end of this year. I kid you not, I've read, like, when you're on social media and stuff, it's like, I was summarizing. They said something like, I want to be loved by a lot of people, and then I want to be able to share love with everyone, and I hope that the vast majority of people will love me by the time 2025. And I'm like, wow. There are a lot of things you can't control in that statement, but I guess it's good to be ambitious. I'm not the one to be a doubter, because if they make it happen, that's amazing. I want to see it happen. It's great to think big. However, I really hope that someone like that already has enough love. Like, what I mean is, a New Year's resolution is very telling when it portrays mostly desires that's out of their control, right? If someone says, oh, I want to make more people happy, right? I want to be able to make more people happy. I want to have more happy people around me. That would typically suggest to me that that person already has happy people around them, and also that they already made people happy already. Now they want to do it better and more, as opposed to they wish for like extraordinary things to happen. That's a little bit more, in my opinion, sometimes a concern for a cry for help kind of deal. Like, oh, I wish everyone likes me in 2025. I hope I don't make a mistake, like this type of mistake, in 2025. That's one of those things, like, I'm not sure if you want to think about it in that way. Like, for example, I could say in 2025, I hope I make less mistakes. Not that I really mind if I made more mistakes, if you know what I mean. Like, what I mean is, what's a New Year's resolution for me? I hope my mistakes teach me something valuable in 2025. In 2025, I will master 30 languages. I'm kind of curious what New Year's resolutions are like from a language learning perspective. So we'll end with that, right? Because it's officially not the New Year's Day for me anymore, right? It's January 2nd now. Okay. The New Year's resolution is, I hope I am able to continue language learning. I hope I will find myself learning something by the end of this year. And doing something extra, right? Doing something different. And I already started on doing that. I started WaniKani on day 1. Actually, I started on New Year's Eve. I was kind of hoping it went into New Year's, but it was like 30 minutes short of New Year's. So I already accomplished one of my resolutions. I'm learning Japanese in a different way, or I'm using something different in a different way. And now the sky's the limit. I can do whatever I want, however long I want with WaniKani, and I've already accomplished my resolution. I started something, and right, my goal was to start something, not to like become like super fit or go to the gym every single day or something like that, right? Something like, oh, I'm gonna start this and I'm gonna do every single day and never miss a day. I'm like, ugh. I'm pretty consistent person, but I doubt I'm gonna be able to hit it every single day. Actually, here's one last note that I like to see or ask about when I ask people about their resolutions. do they know how they're going to start? So what I mean is, it's great to see at the end of 2025, you know, you make resolutions, but oftentimes they're in a way of saying, by the end of 2025, I want these things to happen. And my question is, how do you have things already? I've already set most of things in motion. So, you know, I've done the WaniKani thing. Now I'm setting the next thing I need to do for 2025, which is to review, prepare the review, my 100-day review for Japanese and Chinese. That's the next thing to do. And then after that, I have to get ready for Like a Dragon Yakuza Pirates, which I've already secured the license for, or, you know, I bought the game and it's coming out in February 20th sometime. And then after that is I start Duolingo Spanish, which I am very seasoned and I know how to go about starting Duolingo Spanish, right? So I'm getting all my resolutions and I'm starting them. How they're gonna go is whatever it is. I get it done, right? I know how to start and probably how to troubleshoot the middle. So I hope that others will continue to do that way. I think being proactive is kind of nice. If not, yeah, obviously I will probably ask. I like to encourage people to think about the thing. Even one little baby step can feel great, you know, one step towards your resolution. Yes, let's hope for the best. So with that said, happy belated New Year's. It's officially not New Year's Day for me anymore, but 2025 has been pretty great. An exhausting first day, an exhausting January 1st, but we had various different types of conversation. Already met a new WaniKani user who has used WaniKani since all the way up to level 38. That's a lot. So we've already met a new WaniKani user. Like in the like chatting or being acquainted with someone. So off to a great start. And now I'm gonna head out, recuperate, and try to brainstorm on how I'm gonna be able to practice and squeeze in 30, or what do I say? 32 constructs. I think I can reduce the time down to like 15 minutes. We'll see. Yeah. You took a test, forgot which. They suggested I knew 1,200 words. I see. 1,200 Japanese words. Did it go all right? Which was fun? I see. Excellent. All right, folks. I'm gonna catch everyone later. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Hopefully the new year brings great joy, lots of solvable challenges, and many advancements in all of your peeps' life, right? I will be celebrating Lunar New Year's. Lunar New Year's is not until January 30th, I think, this year. That's the different new year. But until then, right, stay safe, stay healthy. 下次再聊吧, right? And talk to you later. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.